Monterey County Unified School District Board at 4:48 PM. We'll start with roll call. Trustee Diaz.
Here.
Trustee Ruiz. Trustee DeMarco is present. And we have President Melgoza and Trustee Chavarria, who will not be attending tonight's meeting. We'll move on to item C, public comment on closed session. We will now take public comment limited to closed session items only. Starting here, no public is in attendance, so we'll move on to online. Nothing. So since there's no public comment online, we will now recess the board into closed session. All right, everyone. Good evening. The board is now back in open session at 6:10 p.m. We'll go ahead and commence the flag salute. So if you please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So item number H, report of action taken in closed session. The board took no actions in closed session. We'll now move on to item I, adoption of the agenda. This time, item I was actually looking through my notes. Item I, adoption of the agenda. Do we have any requested changes from trustees?
No.
At this moment, we'll open it to public comment on the agenda. Seeing as there's no public comment, any public comment on online? Seeing as the public comment is now closed, we'll move to find a motion to adopt the agenda.
I move to adopt. There will be a couple of changes to the agenda.
There's a consent agenda.
Yes, I think it's adopt, and I mean, I might be wrong. I think it's adopting agenda with the changes.
Yeah.
I move to adopt.
So I'll just go with this with Rosenberg's. It's like, do you want to add different item sessions, but to pull things out of consent, we can do that at the consent beginning.
Oh, okay. I move to adopt the agenda.
Do we have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That being said, we'll move to item J, adopt of the consent agenda. At this point, what are the items that we'll be pulling from consent?
2
and 10.
So
Item 2 to be pulled onto discussion, and then item 10 to be tabled.
so the superintendent wishes to remove item 2 and item 10. Do the trustees have any items from the consent they'd like to remove?
No.
So before we motion, I will give a summary to the public of what we're approving in one motion for the consent. J1 is regarding the easement appraisal, which authorizes us to get an appraisal to determine fair value of a proposed easement. Item 2 is a declaration of need, which files the annual state required declaration allowing limited permits if fully credentialed teachers aren't available, which is now moved into the discussion. Item 3 is a MOU with Wonderwood Ranch, which will approve an agreement to provide social emotional learning experiences using equine activities for students. Item 4 is a restorative justice partnership for 25-26, which renews services to support restorative practices and alternatives to suspensions for the 25-26 school year. Item 5 is interpretation kits purchase, which buys new portable translation interpretation kits to improve real-time language access for families at the district events. Item 6 is Community Matters, which is for 25-26 school year, which is contracts for student-led school climate and anti-bullying programs for the 2025-26 school year. Item 7 is EL reclassification criteria update, which updates the district's criteria and guidance for when English learners are reclassified as fluent English proficient. Item 8 is Altus Speech Language Pathology, which is approval of a contract for specialized speech language therapy and educational enrichment services. Item 9 is a MOU with Wonderwood Ranch. 10 was moved to discussion, and item,
10 was tabled.
correction, 10 was tabled. And item 11 is a classified employment, which approves the listed classified hires and personal changes submitted. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
A motion to approve.
Do we have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we'll move to recognition and presentation. Item K, recognition and presentation. We're going to follow the sequences below. We're going to hear the presentation, then go to board clarifying questions, public comment, and then bring it back to the board for discussion. No action will be taken on these. We'll start off with Elkhorn Elementary School presentation.
Superintendent Turkey. I am Lorene Harvey, the extremely proud principal of Elkhorn School, and I'm happy to be here tonight with my wonderful team, representing the home of the Ocelots. Where we have a deep commitment to helping our students grow both academically and as kind-hearted community individuals. Tonight, we're excited to share a glimpse of what makes Elkhorn so special. Our students' hard work, our teachers' dedication, and strong sense of community and family that connects us all. We're incredibly proud of our progress our students are making and the ways our teachers continue to innovate and collaborate, and our parents continue to support our learning community. Thank you for that support and opportunity to showcase our school. So as you can see here, we are a clouder of ocelots, which we are full of energy, pride, and heart. We are a unique site with an incredibly large and diverse team of both certificated and classified staff. So you can see we have a little slightly 101 staff members. So for an elementary school, that's rather large. And our team is full of diversity, both certificated and classified staff, all working together collaboratively to make Elkhorn a place where students can learn and thrive. One of the things that you guys all know that makes our school so exceptional is our robust special education program, which serves, as you can see, we have 27% of our student population. This creates countless opportunities for inclusion, connection, and shared learning experiences through mainstreaming and working collaboratively as teams and departments to strengthen the sense of community across our campus. So as we, there we go, move into our work around LCAP goal number 1, which is around instruction, I want to take a moment to celebrate our amazing students and staff for their dedication and hard work in developing strong reading comprehension skills. Last year, Elkhorn showed tremendous growth, over a 7% increase in English language arts scores on the CASP overall. That success stems from our staff's collaborative use of the PDSA model and a school-wide focus on close reading. We implemented, I talked about this last time, we implemented a strategy called activating, where we put on our glasses to see something a little bit clearer. We engaged our thinking by looking through a microscope, and then we extended our thought process through extension activities. It was designed to help students read for deeper meaning and truly make sense of their learning. So to share more about how we're building on that success this year, and how we're addressing some of our next instructional priorities, I'm excited to introduce one of our amazing MTSS TOSAs, Birch Pennycook, who will walk you through our ongoing work and next steps.
Thank you. I am very proud to talk about the work that we've done on LCAP Goal 1. And I was going to zoom in on a particular part that I am so proud that we have worked hard with educate the adults on campus. I can, as an MTSS TOSA, teacher on special assignment, I get a chance to help the teachers help the students. So we have worked with our instructional assistants. we are so thankful they are doing push-in and small group support through phonics from our data that we gathered at the beginning of the year. Grade level data looked at where students needed more assistance, and our MTSS instructional assistant and our ELSA are running groups. And they are finishing their first cycle right now, and they are tracking data and watching students improve in phonics. So that's where, and we've been able to partner with the teachers, have really wonderful collaborative discussions, and our MTSS assistants are using a evidence-based program to help students improve in phonics. Teachers are raving about it and students are making progress. Where we're going to go from here is now we're going to expand that and have more math focus with our MTSS assistants and teachers. And so we're going to be working next on fact fluency and piloting some different programs, as well as how to assess throughout the year, not just the iReady assessments, but some smaller progress monitoring. So we're very excited to go into that next phase and have some deep, meaningful conversations and see lots of wonderful growth. We are going to be working on that because it's our area of improvement. And I'm excited to see and maybe come back later this year.
Next slide, please.
I was like, yeah.
Thank you.
there you go. Oh, just kidding. There you go.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Turkey, and members of the community. I'm Oscar Valdez, the Assistant Principal at Elkhorn. And it is my honor to present LCAP goal number 2, which is student engagement and connectedness. Tonight with us, we have Mr. Hubble, who is our combination 5th grade / 6th grade teacher, alongside 2 of our student council representatives, Kai and Makoto, who are 5th graders at Elkhorn. And so they will be going over the areas that's going well and some exciting programs that we have happening at Elkhorn.
All right, thank you, Mr. Valdez. My name is Jordan Hubble. One way we have been trying to hear from students is through our student council, and it has been a great success. In grades 3 to 6, each classroom selected 2 representatives to be part of our council. Some teachers even had students run mock campaigns, complete with speeches and posters, which you can see in the very small picture, that second picture on the left right there. One of student council's big responsibilities is running our school-wide character builder of the month spirit assemblies. Our student council members run everything from the school song to putting on a fun minute to win it type game, which you can see in that 4th or 5th picture all the way on the right there. Last month, the game was a toilet paper mummy wrap. Another responsibility the students have is to disseminate information to our TK to 2nd grade classrooms who don't have representatives in our meetings. However, 2 of our students thought of another way to capture student voice school-wide. Here to talk about their brilliant idea are Makoto and Kai.
Hi, my name is Kai. And my name is Makoto. We wanted to make a suggestion box for students.
We thought students probably have great ideas for our school, but they might be too embarrassed or shy to say something.
That's where the suggestion box comes in.
With a suggestion box, everyone can say something without getting embarrassed.
The suggestion box will give a voice to everyone.
And the name of the suggestion box is the
Ocelot Slot.
We're currently in the design phase of the Ocelot Slot.
At our next student council meeting on Monday, we will be sharing our design ideas with the rest of the council.
If you would like to see the entire presentation that Makoto and Kai made and presented to our student council, it is linked here in the presentation where it says Student Council Report, and it is definitely worth a click. Thank you, everybody.
Ready? And in addition to the student voice and the participation that we are getting, we're also working on improvements and next steps. Yeah, so our first bullet point under that category, which is the recess relaunch and structured plan at Elkhorn, is something that we're really excited about. Last month, I was part of a team who attended the PBIS conference, and that's the positive behavior intervention supports. And a lot of great ideas came from that conference that we're looking forward to implementing. And so the end goal for the recess relaunch is that we have different sections of the playground sectioned off with weekly activities that are happening. And our MTSS assistants are supporting students learn new games that they can try, whether it be Foursquare, if they haven't tried Foursquare, or Cornhole, giant Jenga, things of that nature, right? And so while teaching not only the game, but also sportsmanship. Yeah, a lot of our students are competitive, which is a good thing. And how do we cultivate that competition in a healthy way? And so alongside that, we came up also with the idea to hand out lanyards for students who are showing sportsmanship and are building others up. And those lanyards allow them to then go in front of the line for lunchtime and be models for others, right? And it'll be on a rotating daily basis where students have the opportunity to be rewarded in that way. And so our goal it's 3 phases that we're rolling out. So our first phase by December, we look forward to having music out there every day for students. It just changes the environment, brings some positivity during recess time, while also teaching them the stop and freeze method. Some of us may have grown up with that in elementary school. When the bell rings, we stop, we freeze, and then our yard supervisors would have students collect equipment so that we keep that organized. So teaching that responsibility and citizenship component, as well as then having them walk to their lines, right? And so implementing those different strategies. Yeah. And that ties in then to our 6th grade legacy project that we're also excited for next steps. That ties in also with our outside spaces. So for this project, we're looking forward to having our 6th grade class paint a map outline of California on our playground, and they'll get an opportunity to design either the images that can represent the different parts of the state, label the different sections of the counties and or the cities. And what can be really cool is then they can write like class of 2026, if you will, before they graduate and go off to the middle school. It's a spring project that we're looking forward to implementing. Yeah. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting. There it goes. Oh, wrong way. There it is. Okay. And so for LCAP Goal 3, which is our parent and community engagement connectedness, we have Ms. Hernandez here tonight with us, our community schools coordinator, who will be sharing how we are collaborating with our families and all the great work that's happening there.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Turkey, and members of the community. My name is Zulia Hernandez Jimenez, and I serve as the Community Schools Coordinator at Elkhorn Elementary. We kicked off the year by inviting families to our coffee with the principals, a welcoming space for parents and guardians to connect, learn, and build community alongside our school. At our first gathering, families were introduced to our student support team, including our MTSS, TOSAs, school psychologists and interns, mental health counselor, community liaison, family and community engagement specialist, and our behavior technician. Our cafecito conversations are intentionally family-driven. Parents identify the topics, they ask questions, and help shape the direction of the discussions. For example, last month's cafecito, we focused on bullying prevention, which aligned with Anti-Bullying Week. During the conversations, parents specifically asked for ways to support open dialogue at home and their children understand and respond to bullying. In response, we provided second step home link lessons to extend this work beyond the classroom. Families chose to complete and return these activities even though they were not required. This was a powerful reflection of the deepening partnership between home and school. I would also like to recognize our Rory's House parent volunteers, Alejandra Zavala, Glenda Mott Gamino, Julio Jacome, and Vera Amador. Their consistent presence and willingness to support our students have made a meaningful impact. We are truly grateful for their ongoing commitment. One area of growth is our PTG group, but we are excited to share that we have a new elected PTG board, which will strengthen parent leadership and collaborative decision-making. In addition, we're working with our family and community engagement specialist, Guadalupe Hernandez, to plan more culturally responsive events that honor and celebrate the rich identities, languages, and traditions of our families. One of our next steps will be to continue to build strong relationships with families, expand opportunities for families to be actively involved in shaping our school environment, and ensure that every family feels welcome, valued, and connected at Elkhorn. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your continued support of our students, families, and school community.
And I am happy to say that 2 of our parents at our Rory's House volunteers are here tonight. So yay, thank you guys. All right, we're in the home stretch now. Okay. LCAP goal 4. I'd like to share a little bit about how we've been strengthening connections as a staff. So over the last few years, we've been creating an environment where our incredibly innovative staff feel heard, valued, and celebrated. We've made it a priority to listen to their ideas on how to make our community stronger and to create opportunities for them to shine. At Elkhorn, we celebrate both the little and the big things, from weekly shout outs in our staff bulletin to our coveted VIP parking spots, because as everyone knows, parking at Elkhorn is a definite luxury that is not always afforded to everyone. We also know how to have fun together. Last year, our 2nd grade teacher, Ms. Quaylar, who's here, started some spontaneous underground staff spirit days. Last time I was here, we were getting ready to have our first one. And so you can see a picture of that in the middle there with the big giant water bottles and the different things. We did anything but a cup day, where staff showed off their creativity by drinking out of some crazy objects. And just today, we had silly socks, stocks, and Crocs, a hilarious display of silly footwear. And the kids were cracking up and asking lots of questions and really enjoyed seeing all the different creative bonds that our teachers were coming together with. So thank you to Ms. Quaylar for bringing those to our staff. Because our staff is so large and diverse, we've also been very intentional about finding ways to help everyone connect on a deeper level. During department meetings or team gatherings, we try to take time to reflect on and share our why with each other. Why we're here, why we love what we do, and what keeps us coming back each day. For those next steps, Mr. Valdez and I plan on conducting empathy interviews with our classified staff, because those are the staff that we don't always get an opportunity to interact with. Although we have more classified staff than certificated, our daily interactions and meetings are really centered around our certificated staff. So we thought it was important for us to be able to hear their stories, know why they work with children, know why they work at our school in particular. And we also would like to hear from them about how we can support them, since they are the backbone to our school and keep our school running on a daily basis. Our goal is for every member of our staff to feel heard, connected, and valued, and part of our amazing Ocelot community. So with that, I'd like to take a moment to spotlight some of our individual staff members. Just so happens that it's National School Psychologist Week. We did not plan that, I promise. But I would like to highlight our school psychologist team. So we have our school psychologist, Jacqueline Lemus, along with her 2 interns, Austin Mueller and Anna Landon. At any given time of day, you can find them everywhere and all about campus, collaborating with teachers, connecting with parents, or stepping in to support students in moments of need. They are integral members of our cost team, offering insights that help us design meaningful interventions for students. We want to thank and celebrate them this week. because they, of National School Psychologist Week, but we want to support and celebrate them every day. So they truly deserve this recognition. And then finally, speaking of recess, we have our amazing yard duty supervisor team. We have Miss B, Miss Bell, Miss Rosa, and Miss Leslie. This year, our team was cut in half. We added 2 new members, so 50% of that crew is brand new this year. But all of them have shown incredible heart and dedication to our students. They interact with every student on campus from kindergarten through 6th grade. And honestly, I can say they know most of them by name. Whether they're laughing and playing on the playground with kids, cracking jokes in the cafeteria, or helping students solve problems with their friends, their care and presence make a huge impact every single day. So their work often goes unseen, but tonight I wanted to make sure that they did not go unnoticed for their hard work. So before I close, I just want to take a moment to thank my awesome students here, Kai and Makoto, for sharing such a wonderful idea of the Ocelot slot. And I look forward to seeing it in use on our campus. And want to give a huge shout out to Mrs. Pennycook, Mr. Hubble, Ms. Sully, and Mr. Valdez for their tireless work and efforts to make Elkhorn a strong, united community. So that's it. That's Elkhorn 2025, where the Ocelots roar with respect, owning our actions, accepting all, and we show responsibility. Thank you so much.
Starting with our student trustee, working our way towards this, me. Do you have any clarifying questions about this presentation? Trustee Diaz?
I have no questions.
Trustee Ruiz? Time. We have any members of the public for public comment regarding this presentation? Okay, well, appears we have no, sorry. We have one public comment.
Mi nombre es Ana Zavala. Vengo a felicitar a todos los de la Elkhorn porque soy voluntaria, es mi primer año de ser voluntaria en la escuela y todo lo que dijeron yo estoy representando que se ha hecho porque la Casa Ruari, yo soy voluntaria y yo veo el entusiasmo de los niños por querer ser kind con todos sus compañeros y maestros para obtener un GIF o algo que represente que ellos fueron amables, que se esforzaron por obtener eso. Entonces, les agradezco. Dijo que esa escuela.
¿Me la dejo?
This is my first year volunteering at Elkhorn School, and I can attest to this, everything they presented about the program with the children and the incentives, that it really is working. Kids are very motivated and excited about being leaders and having those incentives.
Do we have any other members for public comment? That being said, public comment is now closed. Now to Dr. G, do we have anybody online? No public comment online, so public comment is now closed. We will now go back to the board for comment and or discussion. Student trustee, any comment?
Oh, they're gone.
Oh, yeah.
We're still here? So
They've run off.
they run off.
As appropriate.
So trustee Diaz?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. You guys did great. I always hear the good stories about how tight knit and family you guys are, and thank you to the kids for coming and speaking. That's what it's all about. I love the advocacy and the input they're getting from their student colleagues and the Ocelot slot and the student council. It's super great. All the activities you guys got going on are sound super great. The parent engagement, the student engagement. I know you have a lot of volunteers. It's really great. And I said activities, whether it be the student or teachers or everyone, looks great and can't wait. I saw that there's a spring carnival in there. Can't wait. So invite us for sure. Oh, and the staff bulletin and the meetings with the site union reps and the VIP parking sounds great. And when I helped shape up the garden with the other groups, I definitely got to come by and check out the progression, and maybe even if there's some, kids, working in there too with the teachers and you. But thank you so much for everything, guys. Thank you, kids.
Thank you, Mac.
Thank you.
Trustee Reese?
Well, thank you for the time and preparation to prepare this. We really love to hear about all the great things that our schools are doing, and your site is no exception. What really piqued my interest was the student connectedness survey. And so can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah. So our plan, we always do our California Healthy Kids Survey, which talks about being connected. Some of the questions are around connecting to school and students feeling like they're connected, feeling like adults care about them. But we do it once a year, and we do it in the spring, and we don't get really the information until later in the year. So our plan is to pull out some of those really important questions that we feel give us the best kind of input from students, and doing a short survey with maybe 5 to 8 questions on it that ask those similar questions to see where our kids are now, so that we can do some things to, hear from them. Our Ocelot slot will get some input, but really kind of seeing where our students are at this point and seeing, hearing from them, what is it that we need to do to help connect them or make them feel more connected to school? Because we feel that they are, but we may not always see that. And I can say our California Healthy Kids survey it's kind of flatlined in that area. And so we want to be able to really make sure we're getting a good grip on how our students truly feel.
Okay,
And then implement things. So,
Yeah, I think
so we want to do it a couple times a year. We planned on doing it. It will happen before winter break, and then we'll probably do it again in early, I would say end of February, and then do the California Healthy Kids survey at the end of the year.
Yeah, I think that's wonderful, getting that student voice, because our perception of what they're feeling can be very different than what they're feeling. So I think that's a great data point, because we want to follow the data.
Yeah.
I know you've talked about previously in other visits how you collaborate with the other sites, really defining best practices and what's happening at one site that you want to emulate. Can you speak to that? Are you currently involved in any of that? What's that look like?
So yeah, we do communicate a lot as site principals and collaborate on different ways that we really design collaboration and professional development for our staff. So I think that right now, I know everyone is picking Castroville's ears a little bit about what did they do in math, because we are curious, and seeing how we can, kind of look at what route they took to get to where they did, because we have tried lots of different avenues, and sometimes we think we're going in the right direction and it may not actually come to fruition. And so we're trying to figure out, was it implementation or was it actually the approach in which we took? So I could say right now that we are in that process of digging around to kind of find those best practices. I know our MTSS TOSAs really collaborate closely on that. I don't know if you want to speak to that a little bit. You feel?
I mean, directly to that question about working collaboratively with the other MTSS TOSAs and how they get the results. That is what I did today, actually. So yes, we are sharing and collaborating so that it can be communicated to the teachers.
Great.
So we can help the students.
Yeah, if David was here, he would say math back to fluency. So So I do think that, I mean, in closing, you were saying it's a strong, united community, and we have to remember we are a strong, united community. So sometimes we need to rely on one another, you know, a different site, classified versus certificated versus administration. This job, and I don't even want to call it job, this mission is too critical because this is the future of our, you know, world. And what you do, I really have a lot of reverence because it is such hard work. There's so many different factors that you have to consider. Sometimes you think you're going down the best path, but it turns out you're not, with the best of intentions, but there's real consequences because they're students and they're our future. So I want to thank you for all your efforts, your time you took in this presentation, and mostly for educating our future. So thank you for all your efforts. I really do appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. So actually, I was going to ask Ms. Pennicook to speak a little more. We did listen to the words you guys say. It's something you said new that is math fact fluency. I know David's a big advocate, but so was Gigi. I'm just curious, like, what does that really, what type of change does that really occur when you go from math fluency to math fact fluency?
So
And it's okay if you're still working it out, because I know something new. I'm just curious, like, how you tell us it's going to work on something like that?
I think that is the big discussion. And that's what I was discussing today with TOSA as part of what we did today. Because there are many elements to the math standards. And we are going to have half-day release days for our grade levels next week. And it's actually half of the time we are going to be discussing math and how we're working on, and whether it be giving an assessment or piloting a program. So I will have more answers soon.
I understand.
I think, are you asking like about understanding how the math?
Well, my understanding, math fact fluency is more memorization based, learning that foundation to build, like building a strong house on a strong foundation, versus fluency more. Correct me if I'm wrong, math fluency is more about understanding like the concepts, but the fact fluency gives you that strong foundation.
I think that fact fluency is more specific. So math fluency would go across many different things. And math fact fluency is mostly to do with the operations. So the times tables, for example.
And time tests, because there is data to support this.
Yeah.
Well, I look forward to hearing more about it, especially before the new California math standards come out. And how this affects each other, because that's going to be the decision that we have to make on, and I'm very curious how all this is going to tie together. So hopefully, as you guys work on it, you can invite us to see some of your talks or how you're going about on working on this, to give us a little behind the scenes view of all the work you guys are doing and how you're figuring this out.
I would like to say, so last night at our school site council meeting, we were having a conversation. David is on our school site council team. So we were having a conversation with Miss McCulloch, our director of teaching and learning. And we are looking at piloting a math fluency program. So it's not necessarily fact memorization, that is part of it, but it is also about like just the fluency of being able to, adding multiple digit numbers quickly, subtracting multi-digit numbers quickly. So it's understanding how numbers all relate to each other so that we're not getting, and this is, I will quote David in this, we're not getting bogged down in all of the computation pieces. We're actually learning. If we can get past that, we're learning how math actually works and how we apply that knowledge. And so number sense and looking at that, we made a really quick decision, actually, Ms. McCulloch and I on the phone on the way home from our meeting, saying that we're looking at piloting a program that's going to kind of help support that as we're looking at math curriculum adoptions. So, so we'll bring it back to you as we.
Well, I'd love to hear about it too, because they're hiding behind you, but you brought a ringer in here that knows the math fact fluencies of Makoto.
Right there.
Can we have Makoto come up front? Because my understanding is before kindergarten, she already knew the majority of her multiplication tables. before she even started TK. So not trying to put you on the spot. Do you still remember me, Sweetie? Miss Gretchen? So she attended my mother-in-law's preschool or daycare. And in fact, my mother-in-law was texting me right now. She wanted to make sure I let you know that she says hi all the way from Texas. And you were Makoto was extremely intelligent and bright before kindergarten. Knew her math fact fluency before we even knew what that was. And so you have a dead ringer right there. And my understanding, she's been skipped a grade also at Elkhorn, right?
That is true.
So very excited to see you, and thank you for doing the student council. I'm not surprised they chose you and Kai to lead it, and with your idea of a suggestion box. Hopefully next time we visit, you'll be able to show it to us and let us know how it works. I know I put you a little shy right now, but I just wanted everybody to get to see who Makoto was, because I brought you up many times when I do a visit, and also how hard your parents work, and how it's good seeing you, Mom. So well, it was good having you here. I'll be sure to tell Miss Gretchen you say hi with your heart, since you're a little shy right now. But thank you guys so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
You.
So,
Thank you.
as you,
Thanks, team.
that being said, we will now move on to item number K2.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, just leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah, presentation honoring Manuel Bersamin.
Oh.
Good evening. I'm losing my voice, so I'm just going to preface that. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Turkey, and community. My name is Katie Turner. I am the Director of Student Supports and Family Services. With me tonight are Ms. Patty Saldana Quintero, kindergarten teacher at Prunedale, Ms. Crystal Santana, mental health therapist at Echo Valley, Ms. Teresa Rodriguez, migrant program counselor, Dora Marquez, Spanish and ELD teacher at North County High School, and Karen Tostado, multilingual learner TOSA. Also with us tonight are many community members, both in person and online. Tonight we honor the life and legacy of Dr. Manuel Quintero Bersamin, and I have been practicing that, a man whose dedication to education, community, leadership, and justice shaped the lives of countless students and families in North Monterey County and beyond.
Dr. Quintero Bersamin's story is deeply rooted in the Central Coast history. He was the son of immigrant farm workers. His father was from the Philippines and his mother from Mexico. Growing up in a proud Filipino and Mexican household, Manuel developed a lifelong understanding of what it means to work hard, to face injustice, and to stay grounded in one's community. Inspired by his parents' perseverance and the struggles of farm workers, Dr. Quintero Bersamin became a lifelong advocate for equity and opportunity. His father's involvement in the United Farm Workers movement left a lasting impression on him and ingrained the belief that every person deserves dignity, respect, and access to education. Dr. Quintero Bersamin devoted his life to expanding opportunity and equity through both education and public service. He believed that leadership through education was an extension of activism, a way to create lasting change for working families and first-generation youth.
As a migrant counselor at North Monterey County High School from 1990 to 1993, his office tucked into the corner of this very library served as a welcoming space where migrant students found support and encouragement. During his time at North Monterey County High School, During his time at North Monterey County High School, he helped students work together through the team building and leadership activities. His famous Chicano skis became the highlight of the future team building workshops, whether facilitated by him or by educators who learned from him. As a migrant counselor at North County, he created pathways where migrant students attended colleges and universities through the state, remarkably breaking barriers when 2 of his students were admitted to Stanford University in back-to-back years, an achievement unheard of this time.
Dr. Quintero Bersamin also advised the Mecha Club and served as the first director of the Summer Academy Calmecac, which was a staple North County Migrant Summer Academy for 25 years. As a connection to Calmecac, he started the Águilas Guerrera Club to promote personal growth, cultural pride, and Así se puede leadership mindset. Dr. Quintero Bersamin lived by and preached the Órale values: orgullo, pride, respeto, respect, alianza, alliance, liderazgo, leadership, and educación, education. At the forefront of all of these programs was the mission to create a sense of familia, family. He believed deeply in helping students feel seen, valued, and empowered. After leaving North County to pursue his master's degree at Stanford and PhD from the University of Arizona, he continued to come back to help out with the Calmecac team building workshops, to be a guest speaker at the Águilas Guerreras Club, and to share resources with migrant and first-generation students. He reminded all of us we are the champions of adoption, that our strength comes from our ability to adopt, persevere, and thrive no matter what challenges we face. He celebrated our resiliency and helped us see that we can turn any struggle into a superpower.
Dr. Quintero Bersamin served on the Watsonville City Council, including as mayor, becoming the first Filipino American and first person of Asian descent to hold the office in the city's history. His leadership reflected compassion, integrity, and a deep commitment to giving voice to underrepresented communities. His major accomplishment as mayor were the development of a low-income housing, as well as designated Watsonville as a sanctuary city. Later, he continued his public service as Cabrillo College Board Trustee. From California's Central Coast to the Valley, Dr. Quintero Bersamin was a respected educator and mentor who dedicated his career to helping students access higher education. Dr. Quintero Bersamin held leadership roles across California, including as director of the College Assisted Migrant Program at CSU Monterey Bay, director of the Early Academic Outreach Program at UC Santa Cruz, adjunct professor of Chicano and Latin American Studies at Fresno State, and for nearly 2 decades, director of the trio student support programs at Hartnell College. Dr. Quintero Bersamin was the embodiment of the students' first philosophy. Through his roles, he championed programs that empower first-generation and low-income students, many from North Monterey County, to attend college, succeed, and return to serve their communities.
Regardless of where he was, Dr. Quintero Bersamin never forgot North County. He always said North County held a special place in his heart. And as a testament, he consistently reached out to offer support and connect students with resources and opportunities. Many of the graduates he guided have become teachers, counselors, and community leaders, carrying forward his legacy of service and advocacy. Those who knew Dr. Quintero Bersamin remember his kindness, humility, and deep sense of purpose. He had an extraordinary ability to inspire others to believe in their own potential. He carried a contagious yo puedo energy. He reminded us that we can and we will because our community needs us. His work was not just about academic success. It was about cultivating pride, identity, and belonging, familia. He believed in the power of building community, and he used his voice as an instrument for unity and joy. And with that, let us embrace the peace in his voice by hearing him sing one more time.
Sometimes in our lives, we all have pain, we all have sorrow, but if we are wise, we all know there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you understand. We all need somebody to lean on. If there is a load that you can't bear, that you can't carry, I'm right up the road and I'll show you load. If you just call me, you just call on me, sister, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Call me. Call me, call me, call me.
Dr. Quintero's life reminds us of what is possible when we lead with empathy, when we serve with integrity, and when we invest in the next generation. His legacy lives on in every student he mentored, every family he supported, and every community he strengthened through his vision of unity and justice. Tonight, we honor not just the man he was, but the future he helped shape for so many of us. Thank you, Dr. Quintero Bersamin, for your lifelong commitment to education, equity, and community. May you rest in peace. May you rest in power. Sí se puede.
So, feels so cold going from this, but now we're gonna move on to, board member. If you have any, clarifying questions, student trustee? Trustee Diaz,
No questions.
trustee Ruiz? None for me. We will now open this up to public comment.
Good evening, board. I'm Alejandra Gonzalez, and I am a North Monterey County employee for 15 years. And I also am a community member, and I sit on the Board of Trustees of Hartnell College. I've been there for approximately 6 years. And I am truly thankful for this presentation and honor in the name of Dr. Manuel Bersamin. He worked at Hartnell in the TRIO program for over 17 years. And I saw him very routinely giving 110% of his person, of his life, of his energy to his community and to his students. There was never a moment in his day that he was not thinking about his community and his students, wherever he was. He spread that community spirit of giving all over Santa Cruz County, Monterey County, in every place that he stepped. He truly touched many people. As an employee here, he would come to visit me way before I became a trustee, way before he knew who I was. He met me at the middle school. He listened to who I was. He asked me, where do you come from? He figured out that I was a migrant student as a child, and he would just come by and stop and visit on his way from Santa Cruz to Hartnell. During his tenure in the TRIO program, he sent more students to a 4-year university than any other program at Hartnell. He was truly a man dedicated to the students of his community and to everybody here, everybody in Santa Cruz County. And we have big steps to fill, big shoes to fill, so that his love and care can continue in this community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gerardo Morales, class of 1992 here from North County. I was actually and a former ocelot too. I know they left.
Yeah.
But is this thing on there? So I wore the same Pendleton I did. There it is. That's me on the right. So when I met that man, I met him in what we used to call the dungeon over here, right? You know, honestly, it was not an office. It's just that kind of like a place where you put stuff you didn't want, to be honest with you. But out of that dungeon, he burst something at this point. That man changed a lot of lives while he was here in a short time. So I was telling Mr. Ostado that Águilas Guerreras started in 1991, 92, just had another name. It was called Latinos on the Move. Then it became Mecha, and then it became Águilas Guerreras. That year, he helped birth that club, and to think that 30 some years later, it is still here. To think that he help redirect the life of this young man who at that time was lost and didn't really know what in the world he's going to do with himself. And there was nobody else on this campus that spoke like he did to people like me. And that's my best friend, Jerry. And somehow we went from almost being non-grads to ending up at Fresno State. So I remember my mom got the phone call saying, I wasn't going to I was in risk of not graduating. But that man, I don't know, he really brainwashed me in a good way to believe in something nobody in my family had ever graduated from high school, much less gone on to college. And so the same thing for Jerry, the same thing for all of us. I mean, it's a beautiful thing to see what one man who loves what he does and what he can do when he does that. And I was honored to be able to come back and work here as a secondary advisor for migrant students, same position he had. I worked in the school district for 14 years. I started elementary school teacher in Castroville School, which without him, I wouldn't have came back. I worked here for 10 years we went from the dungeon to the greenhouse. So that was my office for 10 years. And I continue what he did with some that are standing behind me. And I'm so proud of them for continuing the legacy. And as I was pondering and thinking about how we could honor him, I couldn't help but think of starting a petition to rename this library after him. Because out of this library, and not only the library, but the wellness center now, which is run by one of his former students because he's one of my kids, to think of what began there. When we took that picture, he picked Jerry and me up and he drove us too. And during winter break to Fresno State to go to the Chicano Youth Conference, which that time was the largest youth conference in the state of California. We're the only two from Castroville that went because he drove us there. He took us to Chico State to go visit Chico State. He didn't just talk about it, he was about it. His family, he's my compadre. He baptized my oldest daughter. I just am overwhelmed to think of the impact he's had, the ripple effect he's had throughout. I became an administrator, assistant principal, high school, principal for an elementary. To think I went from most likely to end up in Soledad prison to this. And that's because one man believed when others didn't. He was the only one. I have a lot of love for my colleagues here, but they didn't know how to look at someone like this and see value. They didn't know how to look at migrant students and students who are their second language, second language learners and see value. There's a lot of stuff that happened in the backgrounds, but for him to be able to send 2 students to Stanford his first 2 years was amazing. He sent more students to four-year college that year. And those counselors were here today. I tell them all 4 of those combined, our 4 counselors at that time combined. He met us on a Saturday morning, and on a Saturday morning, he met us at Castroville School with all of our families, our parents, and drove us all to Fresno because we all got accepted there. Took us to these apartments called the Californians, where we did a tour with the management, and we all signed papers that day, so all of us lived together. So that's just the kind of heart this man had. And he followed with us. He would write me letters at Fresno State not to give up, to keep going. I mean, he would constantly check up on us, visit us, encourage us. All those accolades he did was to push us, that if he could do it, we could do it. When he got his master's from Stanford, it was to show that, hey, he could do it too. His doctorate, the city council, the mayor, all that was to honor his mom because he loved his mama, but also to push us that we don't stop. And so I greatly, I'm honored to be a product of his love and to continue that same product and to hopefully one day call this a Dr. Manuel Bersamin Library here in North Monterey County High School. Thank you. God bless you.
My name is Veronica and I come from Santa Cruz. Believe it or not, before Manuel came here to North Monterey County, he showed up at Soquel High School for a very short amount of time, but he made a lifetime impact. Back then in the late 1980s, early 1990s, there were very few Latinos at Soquel High School. And so Manuel knew that Soquel wasn't the place for him. that where he was going to be able to have the kind of impact that he's had here. And so I also know he felt bad that he was like, Veronica, it's there's a lot more people over in North Monterey County. I can do so much more. But he did come back my senior year with a little brochure and said, Veronica, you should apply. This is Santa Clara University. You're exactly what they're looking for. I'm first generation, no idea what the school was, where it was, how I would get there. But if Manuel said you should apply, I was going to apply. So I ended up at Santa Clara because I didn't know the difference between one university or another university, but Santa Clara I know the difference between trying to figure out how to get $2,000 versus $10,000. And when your parents have none of that money, I'm going to where it's only going to cost me $2,000. Little did I know tuition was going to increase every year because it's a private university. That's a whole other story. I want to say that what I see here today is what he knew that he could do and what he was committed to doing, because he was one person, but he leaves all of us now. And it will take all of us to do the kind of work he was doing, because he dedicated his life, like literally day and night, to do this work. And I know that a lot of us, we've got kids, we've got all of this other stuff. He had us. And now we need to continue that legacy. I think that, I'm very proud to be able to be here and see all of you all, because you were already there in his mind and in his plan before you all even knew it. And so I'm very proud to see the, fruits of his labor. And I know that he saw that, he recognized it. He knew that all of this came about because of the work he was doing, but he never saw it as about him. It was never about Manuel wanting recognition for Manuel. It was Manuel wanting us to see each other and to show everybody who does not see the power and, the potential in us to have to take a second look. And so I feel honored to be able to be here, to be able to, see all of you all and everything that you all have done. And Santa Cruz County, we're no longer like the 2 or 3 students, 5 students. Our numbers are way higher, but we are not doing very well with our students. Cabrillo College, where he was just most recently trustee, over 50% Latino now. That's the whole county. So Watsonville, in the past, largest number of Latinos. We have more Latinos in Santa Cruz County now. The need's not being met. He leaves huge hole in the Cabrillo trustee board, but it's all on all of us to continue that work. Thank you.
So Manuel also made an impact in my personal life. When I first came from Mexico in 1998, I was part of the CalMeCAT program, and who would have known that now I also do part of what he used to do. I graduated from here in 2004, and from here I went to CSUMB. I applied to the university not knowing what the process was going to be like. I applied to university and went home like every summer. And then he came knocking into my door and he's like, what are you going to do? And I said, I don't know. And I was like, what is this man doing? He's a great person. And what is he doing in my humble home? And so if it wasn't for him knocking at my door, I would not have had my bachelor's degree in business administration, because he was the one that guided me through the process. Then during that same year, the 4 years that I was at the University of California State, Monterey Bay, he was also there in the camp program. When I finished that, he became a major in Watsonville. And then I went into business, and then I dropped business because it wasn't making me happy. I really wanted to support the community, and it was very meaningful for me to continue to support them. And I left my job. I was making $1 million to this corporation, and I decided I wasn't going to do that, and I was going to help students get scholarships and move forward in college. So I was very lucky, and I'm very grateful that I had opportunity to work with North Monterey County Unified School District. Now I work for the Monterey County Office of Education as an educational advocate, and I continue to support the students the way that he did, and I really hope that I will continue that. And every single one of us is a little piece of what he left behind: culture, education, teachers. So I really want to say thank you, Manuel, for all your support. And even though I do the work, it is through him that our students are now graduating and continuing to educate others. This morning, while passing food from the food bank to our community in Castroville School, one of my students ran over and she said, "Hey, what are you doing here?" And I was like, "What are you doing here?" And she's like, "I'm a kinder teacher." And she's the most amazing human being. She's so kind. She's a wonderful human being. And I'm so happy that through his work, she's now working for the community. So again, thank you, Manuel. And I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to work with him. A week before he passed away, he sent me an email telling me that the ETS program was ending and that I should continue to support students. And I said, yes, I will. So he forwarded my information to other people to continue to support. And who would have known that the very skis that he used to support students through leadership, I was doing the same thing with the youth group through migrant program, Montetoyon, that same day that he passed away. So I just wanted to thank you for your time and to continue to honor his legacy, whether it is in this community or other communities that he has impacted. Thank you.
Seeing as we have no further public comment now, we'll switch over to online. Oh, yes.
It's gonna be very brief.
It's okay.
Good evening again. I'm Mrs. Saldaña from Prunedale Elementary School. And on behalf of my family that are from here and from Mexico, I want to thank each and every one of you for taking the time to honor my beloved uncle, Manuel Bersamin Quintero. He helped everyone equally without making any distinctions. I am an example of the seeds he planted throughout his career. Thanks to his unconditional support, I am who I am today. I became the teacher that I had always dreamed of becoming. Thanks to him, I had dedicated myself to inspiring my students that anything is possible to achieve with desire, dedication, and ganas. I can only say that he will always live on in my heart. And I will try to follow in his footsteps to continue making a positive difference in the lives of my students, families, and community. Thank you.
Confirming before we move to online, is there any more in-person public comments? That being said, we're now going to move to our online public comments.
Can you hear me in there?
We can hear you now.
Oh, I was waiting for the go ahead, like speak.
Go ahead and speak.
Orale, this is Americo Castillo, uh, still teaching in North County, straight out of Castro, class of '93. Uh, Manuel Bersamin was a really good, he was a really good dude, man. He did a lot of good work for the community, and there's still a lot of people here that are doing good work for the community and that are working for English language learners. Unfortunately, the direction that things are going right now, I don't know if that's going to continue. But anyways, I don't want to digress. I just want to say that, like, hey, there's a lot of people here. There's a lot of grassroots gente here that are still teaching, that are here to support the community, here to support the students. Tap into what they know, tap into who they are. Don't ignore that. Cultivate that. That's what Bersamin did. He believed in the community and like connected with them, and that's what we need to continue to do. All right. I know we have standards. I know we have to meet challenges when it comes to like academic goals and whatnot. But guess what? Community is number one. If you don't have that, standards and all these success criteria, language goals, or learning targets, they don't mean anything if you don't have community, if you don't have connection with the people that you are working with. You know, all these kids, a lot of these kids, they grow up in with parents that, like, the kids that I work with, they grow up with parents who like, or they grow up in communities and homes that are maybe not necessarily the most um, well advantaged, I guess, if in a way to put it. Like, I know I'm just mumbling, but I guess what I'm saying is that we need to flirt. We need to like tap into like the teachers that are here, that are from here, that like have been here, that are continuing to give to the community, and that are continuing to support those students and connecting with those students, because that's what Bersamin did, and that's what I want to continue to do. And I just want to say, orale, till the next chapter.
Any further online public comments? Let me know when I can tell them they can speak.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Madeline. I was a student at Prunedale Elementary, and my mom is Mrs. Saldaña. Hi, Mom. And I'm proud to be the great niece of Dr. Manuel Bersamin. Everything you have all shared truly captures who he was. Generous, selfless, and devoted to helping others find their way. I was blessed to experience that personally when he guided me, my younger brother, and some of my friends through college and beyond. As many of us witnessed, what made Manuel so special was his belief in people. He made you feel seen, capable, and worthy of every opportunity, especially when you doubted yourself. He gave that same love and faith to everyone he met. Though his absence is deeply felt, his spirit lives on in how we all treat others, how we lift one another up, and how we keep believing in what's possible, just like he taught us. Thank you.
Right. That being said, we are now going to close public comment and return this back to the board, starting with our student trustee.
On this community care.
Trustee Diaz?
Thank you guys for asking to bring this to the agenda. And thank you for all the speakers and their fantastic words. I graduated from here in '94 and remember Mr. Bersamin, and had a couple talks with them. I got in trouble a lot. But I hadn't seen him for a long time, and I'd see him either on the news or newspapers and stuff like that. And I got to see him at the Castroville sign ribbon cutting, and we chopped it up real quick. But yeah, like all the speakers are saying, he touched so many lives, planted so much seeds, did so much for the community selflessly, and is a straight role model for people that he helped, and people that want to do things for the community. And like people said, that we need more people like that, and to be more community oriented, because we need people to counsel our youth and mentor our youth, like he did. I mean, no, I don't know anyone that does it like him, but did it like him. But you know, we could try, and I think we could succeed. So he will be missed as I seen all over multi-counties, all over, California. I mean, people are talking about him in meetings and board meetings and stuff like that. And it's he's definitely missed by so many. So thank you, everyone.
Trustee Reese?
What a beautiful tribute. It really only takes one person to change the trajectory of someone's life. And he was that person for you. There's not really anything more I can add. What you all said is such a beautiful legacy to his impact in your life. And so the best way we can honor that person that ignites that inside of us is to go and ignite it in someone else. And we have many students in our community that need it, right? They're barely hanging on. They have unstable home lives and they need someone to see the magic in them. So to honor his legacy, that's what I challenge all of us to do. Find that magic in a student that needs somebody to see it, right? And that will be your best tribute to him and what he ignited in you. Beautiful tribute. May he rest in peace. Thank you.
So unfortunately, our president, Adriana Magoza Ramirez, was not able to be here today due to scheduling conflict with her work, but she did send me an email letter that she was asking me to read to everyone. Tonight, we honor and celebrate the life, legacy, and profound impact of Dr. Bersamin, an extraordinary educator, mentor, and champion for students. Dr. Bersamin understood the true purpose of his career to serve our students and community. He dedicated his life to uplifting students and advancing equity, ensuring that opportunity was not limited by circumstance. His work reflected his deep belief that education is not only about learning, but about justice, inclusion, and belonging. He believed deeply in every student and reminded us that we all belong, not only in college, but everywhere our dreams may take us. Personally, and for so many of us, Dr. Bersamin was more than an educator. He was a guiding light. He believed in me and in countless others when we needed it most. He provided us with guidance and resources to reach our dreams. His faith in our potential gave us the courage to believe in ourselves. He stood firmly beside our migrant students, our English learners, and all students who face barriers, offering guidance, support, and unwavering encouragement. Dr. Bersamin made sure every voice was heard and every dream was nurtured. Though we say goodbye with heavy hearts, his spirit continues to live in each of us. In every student he inspired, every life he touched, and every act of kindness and belief we pass forward. May Dr. Bersamin rest in power. His legacy lives on in all of us. Thank you, Adriana. Just gonna give that up. Mr. Morales, you might go to the podium. So to share with others, I'm from the South Monterey County. So I didn't grow up in North County. I'm an adult transplant. So I will just share my observations of, I met Dr. Bersamin at our career fair. Adriana introduced me to him and we had a pleasant chat. I can't speak of any inspirational one-on-one, but I can speak of what I saw. Prior to being on the school board, I was the math instructor to both of Adriana's children. I was blown away at the level of maturity, justice, and everything that her kids stood for. That's before I even met Adriana. Then I met Adriana. And then even working with her on the board, I've never been more impressed with another human being as I am as Adriana, especially in light of me and her have extremely different political and ideological views. Extreme opposite of each other. But what I saw in Adriana was something that I have not heard a lot. It was called a student first philosophy, where we had an issue that we were passing that I was very for. It was personally against her, but the students asked for it. And she chose the students' opinions and voices over her own bias and her own views and her own internal struggles. I was very moved by that. And then I hear through everyone talking, he had student philosophy or student-centered first. we use the word community a lot, but I don't think it's easy to forget that the way we serve our community is by educating your children, by putting your children first. It's very easy to get lost in that. And why did I ask you to come here? He said, I saw that he affected you. And then Adriana asked me, pass on that she appreciates how he guided you because apparently you were her counselor. And you helped guide her also. And I wanted to share with you, like, by what I counted 4 generations of impact from one man.
Oh, yeah.
And I want to thank you for what you've done, how you made a strong person, and she made strong children. And I get to see the end part.
She's amazing.
And it's very mind blowing. I love the idea about a rededication ceremony of our library. I hope that you get in touch with Dr. Turkey and our board president, Adriana, and see if we can do something on this, man. The fact that there's just so much impact. Because I said, I'm on the outside looking in. That's the commonality I hear. And like I said, it's a take further than using community loosely and actually showing, like, no, student-centered philosophy first. And look at all this, what he did by putting students first, all the ripple effects as he used there. So thank you for everything you've done.
No,
Thank you for carrying this philosophy and teaching others with it. I hope that we can live up to that because it is hard. It's very easy to be distracted. It's easy to come here with very altruistic goals, but then you get caught up on little squabbles, little petty things, and you lose sight. But as you guys were saying, he was a guiding light. I'm hoping that light can go back on all of us to remind us who we're here first is for the students. That's how we support our community. We educate them and we move them forward. So thank you for coming here and sharing your kind words.
Thank you.
Thank you for hopefully staying in contact with us. We want to make sure we honor him the way he should be. And speaking of that, Dr. Turkey.
May I say a few words first?
Yeah, oh, yes.
Thank you everybody for coming. I didn't know Dr. Bersamin. However, the impact he had on the community was really apparent. So thank you. And to everybody's point, I think there's a lot we can all learn from that. We do have something, Miss Saldana, for you as his niece. There is something which we have from the board.
There was the Becerra brothers were supposed to call in, but I guess they didn't. But just so you know, even that young man to the left of that picture holding that wooden popsicles bridge. So him and his brother both he graduated with his doctorate from Harvard, and Cesar got a doctorate from where? Oh, Arizona also, the same place that Manuel got his. So even those two, the Becerra brothers, are a big deal too, to see, you know, even a Harvard grad came out of that. It's pretty cool.
Our
Very
students can do it. We can all do it.
Yeah.
We sometimes just need somebody to tell us, but we can all do it.
So you look at what happened with Adriana, you look at what happened with myself, we look at what happened with all these students. The topic or the concern will always be is how many students aren't being impacted because there's not enough guiding lights in our district. And I think in that culture, which is so important, because I think Ms. Tricia, you mentioned earlier when the principal was from Elkhorn was sharing about even people with good intentions can do a lot of harm. If it's not focused right, if it's not intentional, if it's not deliberate, if it's not that student-centered focus first, and it's that how do you bridge that? How do you build that? How do you cultivate that in a district that has such a great history now? You know, there's so many of us that came out of here that shows. I mean, his first class, basically all of us came back to teach in this district. Almost every single one of us, right? I think there's maybe 1 or 2 that didn't, but all of us came back to teach in this district because of his relationship with Leo St. John and oh my God, and Keith Parkhurst. You know, how he worked with them to bring us back so that we all were guaranteed a job almost. You come home, you get a job. And Leo St. John and Keith Parkers drove all the way to Fresno because there was about 20 of us on there. And they met with us. Remember when they met with us and they said, you come home, you're guaranteed a job. So that partnership and that unity from the top down was to focus on getting us back here and continuing that legacy. So I'm honored to see them here, but there's so many more. And we got the president of Aguilas here. So what was she gonna do? And, well, thank you so much. And we'll be in touch.
Thank you. I have something for you.
Thank you, everyone. You want to break a recess?
Yeah, I was gonna move for a recess real
Yeah.
quick to, you know.
Absolutely. You know, let's take a 10 good? 5, 10? Five. So we're gonna take a recess starting at 7:40 PM we will reconvene at 7:45 PM. You guys ready? So
It is, I think, we are.
so we'll go from something heartfelt to then bonds. So that's a
The
transition.
heartless.
So are we ready to unmute? All right, so we will now reconvene back to open session at 7:48 PM. Going to presentation item 3, overview of raising facility funding through general obligation GO bonds. Sir?
Good evening. A pleasure to be back in front of the board. I am Shin Green of East Shore Consulting. With me, I have my partner, Michael Riemenschneider, also of East Shore Consulting. As you know, we've had conversation with this board in the past about bonds and refinancings and things of that nature. And want to just kind of talk a little bit today, very briefly, about kind of an overview of what the bond approval process is, how you kind of get from point A to point B in that. And so with that today, we have a presentation in front of you. Happy to entertain questions during the presentation, but we'll kind of breeze through this at very top levels today. So in addition to the educational services that school districts are responsible for in their communities, you also have a public infrastructure component with regard to the buildings used for education and facilities oftentimes used by your broader community. Those needs are oftentimes not met with your general operating budgets, and they do have a very large price tag in California with capital construction. So oftentimes it does take federal, state, and local funding to really reach completion on those sorts of projects. And it's also very important to look for all those various sources on those projects. While a general obligation bond is typically involved, it's only one piece of the puzzle. And this presentation here will just be really narrowly focused on that one piece of the puzzle, the general obligation bond. When we first start out for a general obligation bond, very important for districts to really take those first critical steps to start themselves off on the right foot. And those are visioning, budgeting, and planning. Really having a plan and understanding of what it is you're trying to do with your campuses, a solid vision that can be enacted, understanding what those sorts of visions and projects might cost, and then figuring out how to achieve them, which is really the planning component and one of the most critical components, figuring out what the mix of needs are, where the costs, what bonds might be able to do to help that, and what other available resources and the like can be brought to bear, all taking in community feedback during the whole time. Accepting and honoring that community feedback is always an important piece of the bond measure because it is a voter approved measure at the end of the day. So a GO bond is actually a municipal debt instrument for public construction projects. Typically in California, Prop 39 for school districts allows you approval at 55%. And what it does, it essentially authorizes the levy of a tax on the property tax bills of everyone within your district that in turn is used at a maximum rate to issue bonds and repay them over time, giving you money up front to complete projects sooner. Under Prop 39, there are some regulatory requirements for audits, citizens oversight, but these are all things I believe the district is somewhat familiar with as you've had a bond in the past. Here on this slide, you'll see the overall process. Really, I think of this as sort of your table of contents for the balance of this presentation. Won't read them all to you, but we'll be looking at kind of learning from the past and figuring out what sort of team and sort of pre-work has to get done so that we can get into a position where we can get community input and feedback on what we're proposing. Hopefully use that feedback to finalize a plan, ultimately calling an election and kicking off the process of making the improvements that you envision. And when I said it's not unfamiliar to the North Monterey County Unified School District, here you see a list of your prior bond measures. You have two successful ones in the past, both in 2002 and 2013, measures E and H. And then in 2017, you attempted to have two measures approved during that November election, neither of which saw sufficient approval to meet the threshold. But bonds are not something that is not foreign to the district. You've done this in the past. You currently have outstanding bonds. You've been through this process before. The district has been successful in the past, and we'd like to propose or walk through processes and approaches that will help us be successful in the future. Michael?
So one of the first critical things in that first step in the table of contents that Jim was just referencing is really learning from the past. And the most critical past to learn from right now is the two unsuccessful measures most recently in 2017. Shin and I, we have a couple other people that help us dug into what's available online and what's available within your board agendas, board minutes, what we could find about what happened in 2017 from afar. We have a sense of it. We obviously haven't dug all the way deep, and there's more things we will continue to learn. But just very quickly, as far as the initial reactions, that I'd say things that could probably gain you points on the ballot and put you in a better position to be successful include the first bullet there is pursue only one bond in an even year general November election. And there's really three prongs to this. One is that the higher turnout, which generally happens in a November regularly scheduled even year election, 26, 28, 30, 32, all in the future, is generally a higher turnout election. And we'll get into more about voter demographics here that you have in this district, but you actually have a young population, which means that it's even more pronounced, the difference between a low turnout election, namely like a June, or a November 2017, not common election, is going to have a lower turnout. And so the average age of the voter in that electorate goes up. People that are younger tend to be more inclined to say yes to school revenue measures. And so it's just a good idea. The other thing that Shin made mention of this briefly, but Prop 39 has a requirement that the election be held on a regularly scheduled election date. They did allow, and it was legal to do board member elections back as you guys did in 2017. That was permissible, but it was kind of getting in a gray area, particularly because you guys had trustee areas, and there was actually litigation brought against the validity of that effort. The county and all the legal opinions ended up saying it was okay, but that probably didn't help. And so doing this in November 26th, like we're probably proposing, is going to be just an advantageous strategy. The other one is, instead of having two bonds, only have one on the ballot. And that's an easy one. You're going to lose votes for both when you put both on the ballot at the same time. We can dig in deeper, and the superintendent and us and any of you that want to participate in the ongoing conversation, get into the details of that, because there's even more details that I could share. But for sake of time, we'll jump to the next bullet there. I think you guys are doing perfect in completing an FMP right now, having a really comprehensive understanding of what your facility situation is, what needs you have, how much those needs cost is really critical to being successful in planning and ultimately being successful on the ballot. We need to emphasize that and share that with the community as much as possible in a very comprehensive outreach strategy as well. The next bullet is just to say that when I looked at the bond project list, or the two of them sorry, I will. I was trying to go fast for sake of time too, but I will speak slower. It was a really all-encompassing list, and it was kind of ambiguous about if one bond was going to pass, then it would do this, and the other bond would do that. But if it didn't pass, then this bond would do that. Getting to the place where you have specific and kind of promises made to the community at each school site will both engender more support by giving yourselves something to tell that individual community, all the different pocket communities within your district. It will give you something to tell you're going to deliver to that specific school, to that specific subset, that specific community within North Monterey. Another thing that really came up is it didn't appear that there was an outside outreach consultant, which is kind of traditional for a district your size, as close to the Bay Area as you are particularly. It also didn't look like you had an independent survey consultant. And that would be, both of those things we would strongly advise the district to pursue, both in terms of gaining input, gauging opinion, and really telling the story in a broad and comprehensive fashion. Those two team members will be really, really helpful. And then also, I mean, you did have Salinas Valley Taxpayers Association was who brought the litigation against the 2017 measures. It's not to say that's the first conversation we have, but there are prior opponents that we probably want to, over the course of 6 months, first half of next year, we want to engage in dialogue with those prior opponents and just see if we can gain their feedback and decrease the volume of their opposition. Selecting a team, if we look at the next slide too here. Oop. There we go. And again, this is really can be brief because kudos, you guys already have most of this. K-12 is already putting together FMP. We look forward to seeing the finalized version of that one. Schoolworks is going through a state aid eligibility and trying to make sure you guys get your fair share. This district gets its fair share from the state school facility program. A lot of districts don't do that. In the course of pursuing a bond measure, we always advise our clients to make sure that happens. Kudos that it's already on the books. We're your financial advisor, eShore Consulting. We will both help design, and really Shin will get in the numbers, and because he's the numbers guy between the two of us, he will get into designing a conservative, kind of modest program that's responsible and guarantees that you're in a position to keep the promises about tax rates and the cost of the bonds that you make to the taxpayers. Make sure that we keep those promises. I like to help Matt and the rest of the team kind of captain efforts and move things forward, and get input from all the different component parts of the team, get, the input from K-12, get the input from schoolwork, get the input from whoever we end up choosing as the survey consultant and the outreach consultant. We'll try to make sure everybody's working together and collaborating constantly. You already have bond counsel at Atkinson Andelson. They will do kind of really three things initially. They'll be in a place where they review the factualness, the factual nature of our initial communications, how we tell our story. They'll make sure that's appropriate. And then they will craft the resolution to actually call the election, and ultimately they'll, knock on wood, if we're successful, they'll opine about the legality of the issuance of bonds. There's the survey firm and outreach consultant I just mentioned, and we'll get some bids and share those with the superintendent and staff in the next month or two, and bring recommendations back to the board for your approval.
And so let's talk a little bit about numbers now. You've seen me before, I always come with tables full of numbers, hard to read on the screen, but this here is a representation or the history of your tax base, your assessed value. And it's a very important and critical component of bonds and how we do the calculations associated with bonds. And so, as you can see here, on average, you've had some really strong growth over the last few years in your tax base, but longer term, average is close to about 3.5%. A little under 4%. Why are these numbers important? The tax rates are levied against these amounts, and the limitations on bonds under Prop 39 look at these amounts as sort of the basis. And so it's always important to plan conservatively when we look at your tax base growth. We don't want to overestimate how quickly it will grow, because that could lead to things like tax rates being higher than we tell people they will be. So we'd like to keep our promises on those things. Also, under state law, you are limited to outstanding bonds of no more than 2.5% of your total assessed value. It's a pretty straightforward calculation for this district. That means your current bonding capacity under statute is 145 million, with a net capacity, given your outstanding bonds already, of 122. As noted, Prop 39 does have a limitation on maximum projected tax rate at $60 per $100,000 of assessed value. So again, if a home on average is worth $250,000, multiply that 60 by 2.5, and that's sort of the tax that they will pay each year. That being said, when we look at a $60 tax rate, you are able to raise as much as, with conservative assumption of 3% tax-based growth, a little under what you normally have had historically, you could raise up to $75 million with a single Prop 39 program. I'd like to say that as kind of the credit limit, so to speak. Again, we're not going to encourage multiple bonds at the same time. So you're kind of capped at this 75 amount. That's the maximum amount we can realistically raise. You might be able to wiggle that a little bit, get 76, 77, but there isn't going from 75 to 150 or something like that unless you do multiple programs. Another thing we would also say is that while we have a lot of options we can look at a lot of different things we can do, potentially extending existing tax rates, things of that nature. It's also important to consider as a board self-imposed rules. You have some flexibility and some limitations under state law, but there's nothing precluding you from being tighter than state law on the rules. If the state says you can have a repayment ratio of 4-to-1, you can commit to a repayment ratio of, say, 2.5-to-1. Understood. And so we will talk about kind of a potential option that is available as well. We said 75 million is sort of your maximum kind of credit limit. One concept is extending your existing tax rate. And here you'll see a graphical representation of your outstanding bonds with an overlaid new extension program. And let me just kind of walk you through how this all fits together. Those gray bars that you see there are your 2013 election. That is the second election. Excuse me, that is the gray bars are the 2002 election. That is your oldest election. And you'll notice that they stop there in a handful of years out. That means that the 2002 election has almost come to an end. And when that comes to an end, that tax rate and the requirements to levy a tax will fall off the books. You also have the 2013 election, which is represented in the green bars. And what we've done is just kind of shown you how you can extend a tax rate. Let's say we target a combined rate for all GO bonds of $60. And within that, fit those blue bars in there at that red line, which is a stable $60 tax rate. And so what does that do? Gives your kind of community a sense of, A, we're not raising the tax rate rapidly or with something new. We're extending something that exists and maybe bumping it up a little bit, but making sure that when things drop off, we fill in those gaps so that we're trying to keep things stable for the community as a whole and not overburden it with tax obligations. We traditionally call that a tax rate extension. And it is a politically viable approach oftentimes with GO bonds. The extension is a legally new GO bond measure from the sense of the legalities of it, but it does, again, look at those prior bonds. And something I want to highlight in this district is that while the election of 2002 sunsets in 29 and the election of 2013 sunsets in 2044, voters were told that the combined estimated tax for those two measures would be roughly $98.94 per $100,000 of taxable value. Today, after refinancings, more rapid tax base growth than anticipated, the rate is only $38.54. So you're well below the voter promises that you've made. And that's something your community probably isn't even aware of. You come in a lot cheaper on tax rate than was originally anticipated. We would posit that if you were to ask for a slight bump in where you are from today, not to the full amount that was originally accepted by voters, but to say a $60 amount, you can effectively be $39 less than the promises made in the past and still use that new program to raise roughly $50 million for projects. So it might be a good political middle ground to find support while addressing any concerns that may exist about taxation in the community. Additionally, there are some more refinancing opportunities for your previously outstanding bonds, which could be used to help bring that repayment down on those, freeing up a little more space for a new extension program. We do oftentimes use extensions, but I do want to highlight, because we are loading on behind existing bonds, the cheapest borrowing cost is always with a new program. But an extension sometimes makes sense. And oftentimes, if you're looking at inflation on projects, a reasonably acceptable extension is better than a new program that you can't get approved. So things to give consideration to. With that, these are all voter approved measures. So let's take a look at voter demographics.
So 15,000+ voters in the district. If anybody on the board wants to wonk out with me, this is kind of the numbers that I live for. But the long and the short of it is it's very favorable. You have a lot of demographic groups that tend to support local school district measures. The other thing that I'd say is particularly noteworthy here is that again, it's young. Very young as compared to other districts throughout the state and probably more rural parts of the state particularly. One final thought too on this, I was looking at this today, and you've gone up by 500 voters since September. So that's probably a reflection of new residents coming in, as well as some existing residents deciding to register to vote. It's just food for thought. It's a slightly more conservative, but still the slices of the pie on the right side of those numbers still are basically the same. So again, despite that favorable demographics, the voters did say no twice in the most recent attempts on the district's part. So what do we learn from that? It's vital to gain feedback from the community and really allow it to shape the question we ask, the efforts that we pursue, because community trust and participation is just going to be critical. I mean, that's the case, whatever your demographics are. But particularly given that we're coming off of 2 losses in 2017, we need to go back out and re-earn the trust of the community. And based on what I've heard tonight, it really seems like you guys have already probably well underway in that process, but we need to do that in the context of talking about asking people for an investment. The specific strategies, generally there's 4 italicized sub bullets there. The first one is, you're a decent number of voters, 15,000+, right? But you're still small towns. It's still not LA unified by any means. And individual conversations with as many people as possible are going to be the way that we really demonstrate that we're listening and we're letting people provide feedback in the most intimate and best way we possibly can. All of you, particularly the superintendent, are going to be out of breath by the time we're done with November next year. That's just kind of a guarantee. There's many hundreds, maybe thousands of conversations to have in the next 6-9 months. But that's coming, and that's a worthwhile thing to do. It's a very good thing to do too. The voter opinion survey, that instead of having as many as possible, we're going to be very targeted into a scientifically valid sample, so that you guys get a representative sample, and whether it's our N is 300 or 350 or 400 or whatever it becomes, it will be a real reflection to a percentage of people's enthusiasm about different potential projects, about people's willingness to say yes, about any other perceptions of things that are going on in the community, as well as their perceptions about North Monterey County Unified. There's a bunch of mailers and social media that the district can endeavor to do. That'll be really led by that outreach consultant that we bring in and as a part of the team. Whoever's selected will kind of really lead that effort. And same with conducting a bunch of, even if people don't show up at, school site meetings, and the town halls are representative of 3 pizzas and 3 people show up to provide feedback there, it's still 100% necessary that we do as much of those as we can. And being that you have so many school sites, trying to do as many of those as possible at each school site. This next page is really just a starting place of major stakeholders. That goes back to that conversations. I mean, again, we want to have as many conversations with as many individual voters as possible over the next 6-9 months. But as far as people that we know we need to have conversations with, this is a start of what becomes a checkoff list that continues to grow and continues to be updated as more conversations are had and more people are told to us that, oh yeah, the district does need to reach out to so-and-so about this or that. But this is just a starting place for giving birth to a larger list and more people we need to talk to. Develop a plan. This is really, again, it's kind of bears repeating. It's kind of been already stated by Shin, but this is really where we're, okay, now we have a sense of, we have the FMP, right? We have a sense of what needs are, both for facilities, housing, staff housing, the whole 9. We have a sense of what that costs from the FMP. We have a sense of all the available resources we potentially could get, whether a bond, state aid, developer mitigation stuff, whatever sources we can pull from. we have a sense of that too. And then we've actually also engaged the community. We've had many of those conversations. We do have that survey data to look at and learn from. We got to fuse all these different pieces together and get to a place where, particularly for the bond, you have to get to a specific project list. And this gets to my point earlier of making specific promises to the community about specific projects you're going to do that are foreseeable in the foreseeable future, that are manageable within what we can raise with the bond, and that are supported by the community. There will be probably have to be some flexibility because you do any construction project, surprises happen. But we do want to have the balance between specificity and allowing for us to deal with surprises. It's just critical to demonstrate to the voters that we have a realistic sense of what we can be done. And then what we'll do is we'll prove it to them. Is we'll get their approval, and then we'll go out and you'll do the construction over 3 or 5 or 6 years. And then we'll be able to say, okay, look, this was with your investment. Upon election, and again, I'm not sure if anybody was on the board now. I was on the board back in 2017, but it requires a resolution. That's the bond council role, Atkinson Andelson, already on the team. The resolution, there's a lot of legalese in it, but what they have is at the appendix is the full text of the measure, which is basically what gets published in the sample ballot. And then also the 75 words, which also gets published both in the sample ballot and is actually what people vote yes and no on. We need to make sure that we bake into and include in the full text of the measure and also to some degree in the 75 words. It's hard in the 75 words because there's a lot of legalese that has to go in there too. And so you don't have a lot of flexibility with 15 or 20 or 25 words to say what we're going to do with the community's investment. But in the project list is really where we state what we're going to do with the bond by school site. In my mind, that's what makes most sense. And then we also add any of those rules that Chin was talking about, anything that goes beyond what the state law says. We want to include in that sample ballot so that it's binding on us. The voters vote for it and they know that they're doing something, that they're expressing faith in us, and we legally can't go around the rules we put on ourselves. Just for sake of timeline, the resolution requires actually a Prop 39 resolution requires 2/3 approval. So if we only had a quorum with 3, we wouldn't be able to take action on the resolution to call the election. It requires at least 4 votes. Better if there's unanimous support, obviously, just to present a unified front as we go out and talk about this to the community. But just important to remember that there's 4 have to be there to vote for it, and that it has to be submitted to the county elections office 88 days prior to election day, which for November is beginning of August of this year. Afterwards, we won't talk about this to any great length right now because it has to be not a district thing. It cannot be a district thing, but the campaign committee can be assembled of volunteers, and they can do their traditional campaign stuff. Potentially with some help from that outreach consultant that was already a part of the team.
And that is a critical shifting point when you get there. If you do call an election, if you do place that resolution with the county 88 days prior to the election date, you are not allowed to do advocacy as a public entity. You'll hear us say that over and over again. It's just a friendly reminder of things that you can't do. So the volunteer campaign committee is very important when we get to that phase. But what are our immediate next steps? Many of these things you guys are already underway with. Finalizing the facility master plan will be important. I've done this for a number of years. I can tell you, I have rarely, if ever, seen a facility master plan which can be eaten in a single bite. It usually takes multiple measures to get home on such facility master plans. And so because of that, a lot of what we've talked about is prioritization and understanding that there will be additional future measures after this one, just as you had measures in the past. There will be some in the future. don't try to do everything at once. Don't overpromise and underdeliver. The FMP is a great guide, but you have to really look at it and understand what can truly get done in the short term. And there's some important things to consider in an FMP, like the order in which things get done. Oftentimes at this phase, critical facility repairs, fixing roofs, fixing the kind of core fundamental stuff we need is the priority in the first phase of a new FMP. 2, we need to continue efforts to seek out our school facility program Prop 2 funding. SchoolWorks is on that. That is just critical. If you know anything about the school facility program, you get a allocation and then you wait to receive actual funding. That wait can oftentimes be several years. So the sooner you are in the queue, even though there might be a matching fund requirement, by the time we get a bond approved, it might actually sync up in a way that it works out, that you can get those matches, and you can always put in for projects and delay your funding of them to a future date. But having your place in line in the school facility program is important. It is a limited resource. It does regularly run out. It takes a couple of years before it gets replenished. Selecting the remaining members of your team between now and the beginning of 2026. That will be looking at survey consultants, other sort of individuals to assist in the outreach efforts. And really that's about putting ourselves in a position to hit the ground running in early 26 so that we can begin having these conversations and begin the coordinated effort to inform the community and solicit their feedback so that we can cobble and put together a measure that reflects their true desires as a community. And then finally launching that voter opinion survey, which again will likely happen early next year. We don't like to, there's different schools of thought on this, but we're not big fans of just blindly asking people questions. We like to do a little bit of communication up front, see how that resonates, make sure we're communicating correctly. And if we aren't, then we can use that survey to help us adjust our communication. We can also use that to help finalize and prioritize project priorities specific to individual school sites, things of that nature. As your municipal advisors or financial advisors, East Shore is ready to hit the ground running, ready to help the district through this process. It has been an honor to serve this district over the past few years. And while there is more information about existing bonds and other stuff in the appendices, at this time, I think I'll ask questions. We've sort of gone through the process stem to stern here. Thank you all.
Board clarification questions? Student trustee, any questions? Or anything you need clarification? Trustee Diaz.
Is clarification different from regular questions?
All good questions. So no, it's funny because we adopted a new set of rules of orders, Rosenberg's, and further look into it. Any type of question you have is for board questions. If we had like opinions or just comments we just wanted to say, just to say, that would be for later for the discussion part amongst ourselves.
Oh, so
But if you have anything that you want to talk to them about, or anything that like a one-on-one, or this would be the time.
yeah, so thank you. Very informative. I saw on some of the slides that would have questions about what's the benefit of asking neighboring districts or reaching out to neighboring districts?
Sure thing. Ballots in California have gotten crowded over the years. For those who have done it for a very long time in this space, you used to have a tax bill that had 1 or 2 measures on it. Prop 13, that's grown and grown and grown. One of the things you have to be concerned about is what we call taxpayer fatigue. And so you want to have a good understanding if your community college district or if some of your other neighbors that potentially feed into you are going out for a bond. These are things that may dissuade voters in those specific communities because they're not understanding exactly what's what. Now, it can be overcome, but it takes additional communication. Keep in mind, while your school attending families fully understand what's going on and what the divisions are, there are many in the community who don't have children of school age. And because of that, they're not familiar with the intricacies of where the boundaries fall and things of that nature. And so they may see 2 measures. Well, why do I have 2 measures for schools on mine? They may not understand that one is a community college district measure, One is elementary school district measure, or one is an elementary and one is a unified school district into which that elementary feeds. So having that understanding, making sure you understand what's going on with them. And then also sometimes there are just group projects that make sense. I know one of the things that's very popular in California right now, workforce housing. That is often something that is, for a smaller district, hard to address by itself, but in a region may make sense to address as a collaborative group. And better to find out by talking to your neighbor, hey, we're going for something similar. Well, let's all put our efforts together on that sort of an effort versus each of us doing our own individual thing. And again, having the community say, well, aren't they doing that? I thought they were doing teacher housing. Why did they need it? So that coordination and collaboration really helps things out because not everyone is aware of where the boundaries lie and what entities do what and who serves who.
That's good to know because I was going to say that in the last election, 2024, of the 26 or so districts in this area, there was like 13 to 14 bonds that passed. So that, going into 26, possibly there'll probably be less. And then also, I sit on the Castroville Community Center District, Special District, and they asked for a bond, it failed, and there's a whole new council, a whole new board, and we're gonna do it right and probably ask for a bond at the same time as maybe this one. So our town halls good depending on because I know there's opponents that are just a no matter what. And so would they is it good to have those just because they might show up and just tell everyone no? Or what is your take on that?
The no's are going to be no's.
Yeah.
Those people that are committed to no tax under any circumstance, no approval of such measures under any circumstance, they're going to be no's. You can allow them to set the narrative in their own space. And if you have a town hall and they should show up, you can at least provide your counter narrative. You can give the rationale and explanation and leave it to individuals who may be on the fence or who may not be part of their camp to say, oh, well, I was considering why. And it's always easy to say no additional tax for myself. I understand now, having heard the rebuttal from the entity in the town hall, why it is critical for that district to have a new multipurpose room or an improved gymnasium or better field or address some of the critical just facility issues which may exist at some of the campuses, which again, they may not be aware of. So someone might come in, and I've seen a lot of these no folks oftentimes. They're not focused specifically on your projects. It's more of a theoretical, hypothetical. I don't like the idea of taxation in bonds. And so they may rail against something, and you can have a very easy conversation that we totally understand on the point of investing long-term bond money into short-term assets. But what we're doing isn't that, and rebut what they may put out there, so that I find it's just best to engage your potential opponents at least once or twice. They're going to say what they're going to say irrespective. You at least provided a place where you can provide feedback to what they're saying.
Yeah, and the one-on-one talks are good. I know at least 3 by name that that even wrote on the ballots, like the opponent's statement. Yeah.
Yep.
And my last question is, how important are unions in the district and maybe outside the districts to get support? And how do we get their support? Because I know sometimes they're either maybe need to get that trust back or maybe a little disgruntled. So the importance of unions and outside unions also.
Extremely critical. Why? They are the ones who are the product that we deliver as a school district. They are the teachers. They are the ones who your children or the children see every day. Having them on board does more, I think, than any person like me in a tie extolling the virtues of low interest rates would ever do to gaining support for measures in communities across the state. So I think it's very important to have them involved. B, keep in mind, once you have a resolution in place and a measure on the ballot, your official entity, the district itself, is precluded from doing advocacy for that. It's public funds that run the entity, and so you can't do that. Oftentimes, those unions are very versed at and very capable of communicating with your community as a whole. And in doing that, make ideal candidates for your potential volunteer campaign committee.
Thank you.
No questions.
No questions at this point. So we're going to open this to open comment.
Here, I followed the rules tonight and filled out a comment card and everything. Good evening, Board, Superintendent Turkey, and thank you guys especially. I'd like to thank you guys especially for presenting the information and giving us some kind of overview of the current situation with regards to previous bonds. Over the 3 years of me advocating on behalf of our community or portions of our community, I've asked on 5 separate occasions for information regarding previous bond funds that were supposed to be building us a new middle school. I haven't received an answer. I've asked about the Bond Oversight Committee and for information regarding its voting and for how that money had been reallocated, received no answer. This is a critical issue when we hear talking about another bond measure. That Oversight Committee and its members has largely been absent since the change in our district leadership. If we want to have a real discussion about this new bond idea, this is the advice that I would give. It needs to be tightly focused to facilities rehabilitation and modernization across all of our campuses, not just the high school or the middle school or Castroville. It will also need to be shown that it is lacking any of those gold plaque projects that you hear me railing about all the time. The community, our community's support of a bond will also hinge on the completion of an audit across the district to earn back the trust that we didn't vote for a bond that was absorbed into the general funds or spent on pet projects. Right? We have that outstanding balance that we were promised a new middle school. We still don't have a new middle school. I know that workforce housing is a hot topic, but we need to be realistic here. Between environmental impact studies, traffic studies, and the Coastal Commission, any workforce housing project is likely to be 10 years away from groundbreaking, maybe 5 years if we're lucky. And in those 10 years, our current sites are going to continue to crumble down around our ears. So we really do need to focus on getting our schools back to being safe and welcoming for our students so that we don't have the consistent problems that we see all the time. I shouldn't be gathering blankets because I know our students are going to be cold this winter. So thank you for your time this evening and thank you for hearing me out.
Eric, actually, I've asked Brenda to connect with you so that she can get back to you around answers for the bonds.
Any further public comments regarding this presentation?
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Dr. Turkey. Alejandra Gonzalez, I'm a community member, an NMCUSD employee, and I'm here more than anything to answer Trustee Diaz's question on how do I get the unions involved in this campaign. And to echo what the gentleman said, it is critical to get your unions involved, critical. And it's very easy to do. You just need to call up your union president and make an appointment to show up at a meeting to make a presentation. Very much like this, you need to call them and say, Mr. Union President, Mrs. Union President, I need to have the members of my campaign committee come to your next meeting and make a presentation about a bond that we're trying to get on the ballot. And we need your support and your members' support. So we'd like to be on your next agenda. Easy peasy. You get yourself on the agenda. Your committee members show up. They make the presentation and they exemplify what our gentlemen friends said about how important it is that we have this bond passed so that our community begins to see so that it does get passed and that we begin to see retrofitting in action. So it is very critical because and they can also be the most forceful helping hand that you can have. They can help your committee, the campaign committee, form telephone campaigns. They can help gather other community members to be able to help you with this campaign. So they actually are big voice because they're in here, they're in the schools, and they're able to explain what the student need is. They are able to explain what the student need is in a very authentic and personable way. So just FYI, and to answer the question about how do we get unions involved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing as we have no public comment here, we'll now close that and move to, do we have any public comment online? Public comments now closed. This issue will be redirected back to the board for any comment or discussion. Starting with student trustee. Trustee Diaz.
Yeah, I just agree with some of the things said in the slide about the bond year, was not a great year, and having two bonds, was not great either. The trust wasn't there. Social media is like a big factor to get the word out, and I created a Facebook page that was dedicated to bond discussion. So like, because all these other groups, the admins are like, oh, they're talking about the bond in this group or this group, but so I just created a group, and it became huge. But I just kept it neutral. I just was there for discussion. But yeah, just we'll see what happens, and thank you, and you guys are the experts, and look forward to seeing what happens.
Trustee Ruiz.
I just want to say thank you. Your presentations are always very clear and concise about the steps that we need to take. Anybody that has students or visits our facilities knows they're in dire need. But clearly, when you ask the taxpayer to foot the bill, you have to meet the requirements of their money and show that you're going to follow through and get the community feedback on what are the critical things you're going to do at each site. Because there's lots of unmet needs, but to really get our students prepared, for the next evolution of education, we need to have buildings that have temperature that works, they're not infested because of different degradation that's happened, that we have ramps that are accessible, that we have technology that's accessible, that we have multi-purpose rooms, cafeterias that are large enough. So there's really a lot of unmet needs. Thank you for your presentation and helping to define the path that we need to take. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Ruiz. Mine's just a comment. Back on the previous bond measure votes, I just recently bought a house and I was very proud that I voted against the bond. Largely was because I was confused. I remember being confused. I'm like, I didn't understand what was going on. And that taxpayer voter fatigue was really strong. And nobody actually knew, talking to others, what was going on. Everywhere I looked at social media was complete toxicity and vitriol, sprinkled with trolls here and there. Yeah, not much, obviously not much has changed, but I just knew my tax rates were gonna go high, and I didn't know why. There's no message. So of course I was gonna vote no on it. And I think I was pretty much across the board on other bonds too, because I'm like, well, what are you asking me to do? Because basically it felt like I was being told by the school district, which at that time I had no kids in, it was my duty, and like it was assumed that I should do the right thing, their right thing. Hoping this talk felt better, but I'm hoping we take a different approach than that. Because if I would have understood what was going on, not confused by competing bonds.
Sense.
Maybe it could have been different. So I'm looking forward to see how this is going to evolve. Dr. Turkey?
Yeah, that was a really great presentation. Thank you. You covered like all the bases and made it really straightforward to understand. So yeah, appreciate it. And looking forward to going on this journey. And yeah, really looking forward to the next step. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So we'll conclude item K. We'll now move on to item L, public comment on non-agenda items. We'll now take public comment on items that are not on tonight's agenda, but within our board's jurisdiction. Please remember, if you do speak, you have a 3-minute timer. And if you please stick to the time and not move the mic, that would be very appreciated. And if you needed a translation, we'll double your time to give time for translation purposes. Well, okay, so if we add to 3 minutes to the clock. Va a ser 6 minutos para la idioma.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es María, aunque muchos me conocen como Lucero. Esta noche quiero hablarles de 3 temas en particular que considero muy importantes y para seguir abogando para todos los niños que están en nuestro distrito. El primero es sobre la falta de apoyo psicológica para niños de 4 años. A esta edad tan temprana ya se les motiva a entrar a la escuela, pero si llegan a tener alguna dificultad emocional, no hay suficiente ayuda disponible. Como le sucedió a mi hijo, que solo tenía 4 años y no se le pudo dar terapia por la edad. También tengo entendido que no hay psicólogos suficientes en las escuelas del distrito. Y después de la pandemia, muchos niños siguen necesitados ese apoyo emocional que no pueden recibir. Sería importante que se pudiera ofrecer más ayuda psicológica desde edades tempranas. El segundo tema tiene que ver con las quejas formales. Cuando un padre o madre presenta una queja, pienso que se debe mantener en todo momento la confidencialidad, que no se divulgue la información y los resultados a otros padres. Esto lo puedo decir porque me pasó a mí y no me gustaría que le pasara a otros padres. Además, me gustaría proponer que al entregar los resultados de la investigación se haga una junta o reunión para explicarle claramente al padre que hizo la queja formal. De esa forma se evitan malentendidos o confusiones y los padres no sienten que su esfuerzo fue en vano. Muchos no se animan a presentar una queja formal por miedo a que se les tome no se les tome en serio o que ese caso haga público y no se le debería hacer, y eso no debería de pasar. El tercer tema es sobre la póliza del distrito escolar. Creo que es importante que estén actualizadas y funcionando correctamente. En mi caso, tuve que buscar información sobre la póliza de transportación y me di cuenta que no estaba funcionando, lo cual genera confusión y afecta a las familias que dependen de este servicio. Muchas gracias por su atención y escuchar estas inquietudes que de verdad busca el bienestar de nuestros niños y de toda la comunidad escolar. Gracias.
My name is Maria, although many of you may know me as Lucero. Tonight, I want to talk to you about 3 issues, in particular, one that I consider very important, to keep advocating for all the students in the district. The first one is about the lack of psychological support for my 4-year-old son. At this very young age, they are already encouraged to enter school. However, if they do not have any emotional difficulties, if they do have emotional difficulties, there is not enough help available, like what I have experienced with my 4-year-old son. I also understand that there are not enough psychologists in the school district. And after the pandemic, many children still need that emotional support that they don't always receive. It would be very important if psychological help could be offered from an early age. The second issue has to do with formal complaints. When a parent files a complaint, I think that it should always be kept confidential.
that the results should not be disclosed to other parents. I could contest that this has happened to me, and I would not like this to happen to other parents. In addition, I would like to propose that when delivering the results of an investigation, a meeting should be held so it could be explained to the parents clearly to avoid any misunderstandings and confusion, and so the parents don't feel that it was just a waste of time. Some parents are afraid to make complaints due to the retaliation. And the third issue is about school district policies. I think it is very important that they are updated and working properly. In my case, I had to look up information about the transportation policy. And when I looked it up online on the school district website, I realized that the link is not working, which causes confusion and affects the families that depend on the service. Thank you very much for your attention and for listening to these concerns. That really, with this said, this really is said because we need to make sure that our children and the entire community are safe. Thank you.
Geraldo Morales.
Okay, he already mentioned it to me, so is that okay, or do you want to
This is
say it?
Waldo?
Yes,
Yeah, if you already have a,
he already told me.
if you already have a statement for him, you
Yeah,
can read it for
okay.
him. We'll give you the 3-minute clock.
Okay, so this is about bus drivers and student safety. He's a parent from Elkhorn SLU. I am here to express a serious concern regarding student safety. During bus drop-off times, I have observed that while the bus driver follows all required procedures, including displaying the stop sign and signaling for traffic to halt, incoming vehicles are not consistently stopping as required. On multiple occasions, I have witnessed cars continue driving, even as a bus driver is standing with the stop sign clearly visible. My concern is primarily to cross the street when the students have to cross the street. It would be tragic if a student were to be struck by a vehicle due to a driver's failure to obey bus stop signals. My question to the board is, what can I do as a parent to support the driver transportation department? Or whom can I call to get additional support regarding this matter? I would also like to add that I am very thankful to the personnel of Elkhorn School and the superintendent for the continued support. As a team, they have done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. So next we have Alejandra Zavala.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Alejandra Zavala, soy padre de familia, vivo en esta comunidad y soy voluntaria en la escuela Elkhorn. Tengo 3 niños en edad escolar y vengo solamente a exponer mi apoyo a una madre que está abogando por ser escuchada y que ha sido víctima de un mal momento por parte de una docente de una escuela elementaria. Mi abogacía es para sembrar conciencia de que no se siga repitiendo este suceso, porque como dicen los docentes, psicólogos y personal académico, una mala palabra o respuesta en un largo día causa efecto. El poder de las palabras para mí, tienen 2 acciones: el poder de edificar, inspirar, guiar, pero también tienen el poder de destruir, de derrumbar o arruinar a la persona o personita, en este caso, que se le dicen o van dirigidas. De manera que quiero hacer conciencia de que estemos sembrando la conciencia para en un largo día, que todos lo tenemos, pero especialmente los docentes están capacitados, creo yo, para responder suave y de una palabra para guiar y no destruir los principios y las ilusiones de un niño que apenas va iniciando sus estudios. Ojalá escuchen mi abogacía y escuchen esta exponencia, esta exponencia para sembrar conciencia, no nada más para esta madre, no nada más para este niño estudiante, no nada más para esta docente, sino por todos los niños y estudiantes de este distrito. Ese es un tema. Tengo otro tema también muy importante y un poco molesto en la escuela Elkhorn. Tenemos un problema de en la cafetería hay muchas moscas y es he escuchado a mis niños que es muy molesto estar comiendo adentro de la cafetería con las moscas ahí. Hemos ido a 2 meetings que han hecho en la cafetería y sí es molesto estar así con las moscas. No sé a qué se deba esto, si es a la basura, que está muy cerca los basureros grandes, donde se vacía la basura pequeña, a la cafetería, si es por los pesticidas que está ahí cerca a un fil o por los files que están a la siguiente pared de la escuela Elkhorn. Y por último, también los baños están en muy malas condiciones. Mi niño me ha expresado, y esto es chistoso porque tiene unos tenis nuevos y no se los quiere llevar porque el piso del baño está pegajoso. Y le digo, los zapatos son para eso, pero no, ni siquiera eso. He escuchado de mamás que sus niñas no se quieren sentar en el toilet porque está ya viejo, rasposo y que les ha causado algunas infecciones en su piel. Acabo de ir al baño ahorita aquí y el baño de aquí está muy bonito, entonces no entiendo por qué en el no y en otras escuelas sí, no sé a qué se deba. Y la última cosa es que quería saber o clarificar por qué las horas comunitarias para los niños de high school ya no se hacen, porque me gustaría que se volvieran a implementar, que tuvieran horas comunitarias para poderse, o que sea parte de que se gradúen, porque he ido a la biblioteca de la comunidad y solamente hay una persona de high school, o no recuerdo si es de high school o no, que ayuda a los niños con la lectura. Entonces, si estamos bajos en matemáticas, si estamos bajos a nivel distrito en lectura, ¿por qué no hay herramientas para después de escuela ayudar tanto los papás como la comunidad a que estos niños suban en lectura? Promueven mucho las matemáticas, pero si no saben leer y escribir, más que nada leer, no van a entender matemáticas. Entonces, eso sería un buen punto. Y serían 2 apoyos, tanto los muchachos de high school tendrían si no son buenos en las clases, tendrían un crédito por hacer esas horas comunitarias y ayudarían a los niños que están bajos en lectura a subir su porcentaje de lectura. Esa es mi exponencia el día de hoy. Muchas gracias por su atención y buenas noches.
Good evening. My name is Alejandra Zavala. I am a community member and parent at Elkhorn School with 3 children at the school. I'm here to present some advocacy on behalf of a mother who, because she wanted to be heard, she has become a victim of a bad experience. And she was the victim of a bad experience with a teacher at an elementary school. My advocacy is in part to plant some awareness in the idea that we should not allow these bad experiences to continue to happen. Just as teachers, psychologists, and academic personnel have mentioned, one bad word or one bad response can cause an effect. After a long day, can cause an effect. Words have power, and they can either be used to build, to inspire, to guide, but they can also have the power to destroy, to crumble, and to ruin a person or a little person if it is said, if those words are directed at a child. In this way, all people who are in charge of students should be capable of becoming or of gaining awareness of the way they speak to students. I hope that you will listen to us and that this awareness is planted, this seed is planted. I understand that many teachers have long days, but especially because they're teachers, all of us should be able to maintain our level of consciousness in all moments, but especially teachers, since they have this role and this position, they should learn how to guide and not destroy children's dreams. And so my advocacy here is to build consciousness, not just on this particular mother in behalf or this child or this particular teacher, but for the entire district. That was the first issue I was here to speak about. The second issue is regarding Elkhorn School. I have been noticing and also hearing from other children and parents that there are lots of flies in the cafeteria, and it is very bothersome for them to try to eat and having to swat flies as they're eating. I don't know what the cause of this is. It could be that the trash bins are very close to where they're eating, or it can be due to the pesticides that are also nearby. There are fields nearby. I've witnessed this myself when I've gone there to meetings, and it is true. My children have told me, and I have witnessed it myself, that there are lots of flies. And lastly, there is another issue I wanted to bring up regarding the bathrooms that are in very bad condition, and children and their parents have also shared with me that kids don't want to use the restrooms because the toilet seats are in such bad condition. Some kids have gotten infections. My son has some brand new tennis shoes that he won't wear because he doesn't want to get them dirty because the floor is so dirty at the Elkhorn school bathrooms. I've told him that's what shoes are for, but he doesn't want to use them. I just use the restroom here at this school. This school has the bathrooms in good condition, and I wonder why it is that one site has nice restrooms and others don't. And lastly, the other issue I wanted to comment on is I wanted to ask why high school students are no longer required to do community service hours. I would like to ask that requirement be reinstated because it would be beneficial if children have low reading scores. It would really help to have high school students helping them with reading. If this district has low test scores in reading, it would be very beneficial. It would be a huge help to parents as well. And I believe that the benefit would be both to the children and also high school students if they can get some credit for doing this support work. It would be a great tool. Currently at the community library, there's only one high school student helping, or I'm not sure if he's a high school student or a community member, but I believe that this would be a great tool for after school.
Do we have any further public comments for non-agenda items? Seeing that there's none, I'll close it for in person. Do we have any public agenda items online? Let me know when I can tell them to begin. All right.
Buenas tardes. Quiero exponer dos casos. Estoy de acuerdo con mis compañeras que acaban de decir. El primero son los baños de la escuela donde va mi hija, que es la Elkhorn. Desafortunadamente me tocó a mí el caso de cuando recientemente acaban de entrar los estudiantes, lo que es en la mañana. Me tocó ir al baño con mi hija y desafortunadamente me tocó ver que el baño estaba sucio. Para no entrar en detalles, nomás les voy a decir que fue la pared. Y pues sí, mi hija está pequeña, yo digo, hay otros niños pequeñitos que no pueden ser acompañados por alguien y ustedes entenderán que no me parece algo bien porque el niño va y se sienta y desafortunadamente puede tocar y eso es algo que para la salud de un niño pues no está bien. Ustedes saben que los niños no tienen la higiene necesaria o se puede decir que ellos no pueden hacerlo por sí solos, donde alguien les diga, lávate bien las manos. Y la verdad sí me preocupa eso. El otro caso es como dijo la otra señora de la psicología. En mi caso, yo pedí a la escuela que me ayudaran para mi hija que sufre ansiedad desde el año pasado. Lo que ellos me ofrecieron fue consejería. La verdad sí me gustaría que ayudaran más en lo que es en lo que es el plan de psicología. Y sería todo lo que tengo que decir. Gracias.
I would just like to comment on two of the things that were mentioned tonight. First, regarding the bathroom, unfortunately, this is something that I have witnessed myself. One day, first thing in the morning, we were arriving to the school and I accompanied my young daughter to the bathroom, and I won't get too graphic in my description, but the wall was dirty. And well, we know with little children, unfortunately, not all kids have someone to accompany them to the bathroom, but they could be sitting there and they could touch the wall. And unfortunately, children don't have very good personal hygiene skills, or someone they're telling them, wash your hands very well. So it is a health issue. It is a safety issue. That is the first issue. And the second one was regarding what another woman mentioned earlier about psychological support. I once asked for help for my daughter to get some support regarding her anxiety, and they offered us counseling. But I believe that more help is necessary, and I would ask or recommend that we offer more support in that regard, in the psychological aspect.
Thank you for your comment. Do you have any other online public comments? With no more public comments, we will now close item L, public comment on agenda matters, and go to item M, board reports, starting with our student trustee.
All right, got a new template going on. Decided to spruce it up a little bit, but so first I want to start with our senior nights. All of our fall sports actually, cross country, football, flag football, volleyball, band and cheer had their senior nights in the same week. So there's some archives from some of the families that we had there and their athletes, recognizing them. Next we had our Halloween festivities. So at break, we had a classroom trick or treat where teachers stood at their doors and gave kids candy, and we gave out little bags for people to go trick or treating. And then at lunch, we had our costume contest. So there's some of our categories there: DIY, best duo, and then my favorite, the staff competition. And I think those were our winners, actually, the English department. Yeah. And then next we had our Recuérdame event, which was the Thursday before Halloween to celebrate the Day of the Dead. They had food, music, folklorico performances, games, face painting, sugar skull painting, and it was open to the community and it had a very good turnout. So coming up, we have our week of giving, which is the week before Thanksgiving break, and we have fall dress up days and a community service event tied to each day. Next, we have our fall sports are closing. So for fall sports, volleyball made it to the first round of CCS, and I believe since the first time since 2007, which is very impressive. For flag football, they ended with a 13-4 record. Cross country, I believe, is moving on to the first round of CCS soon.
Girls golf placed second in their league, and football's last game is this Saturday against San Lorenzo Valley. And for winter sports, both girls and boys basketball, soccer, and wrestling are starting this week, I believe. And we also have ASB's CATA conference, which is coming up, which is like a leadership conference in Salinas where we all network and learn about how to lead. And adding on to ASB and CATA, can I have the next slide? I heard there was a request on ASB and its functions, so I was like, I might as well do it while I'm here. So next slide, please. So ASB's goal is to promote school spirit, leadership, and student involvement by making our campus a fun and inclusive environment for everyone. This is kind of our motto that we try to go by and execute in all of our activities. Next slide, please. Okay, so our members consist of our cabinet, which is elected in our election convention, which is usually mid-April, I believe. And our cabinet is voted in by the school. They like have a whole campaign and they're voted in. So this is our cabinet for this year. We have our president, which resides over all of ASB. We have our vice president who holds the board, student board seat. Our speaker of the house, which runs our HOA meetings, where I'm sure you heard is like upstairs in the library, and we have our HOA representatives where they talk to us about their concerns and stuff going on around school. Our social commissioner of social activities, who plans our just like other weeks, spirit weeks throughout the year. And then our commissioner of pep and athletics, which plans all our rallies and our athletic banquets at the end of each season. And other than the cabinet, we have all of our commissioners, which there are, I don't even know how many, there's a lot of commissioners, but they're all have a designated job of something specific. Next slide, please. Here's some examples. So we have our commissioners of spirit. They schedule spirit games for each sport and plan a theme. So in every sport, they have one designated game where we try to get everyone out there and pick a theme for everyone to dress up as, such as like whiteout or like a luau or something like that. Diversity and Respect organizes spirit days or events to highlight certain cultures or raise awareness. Community Service plans a community service project typically each month, and they also organize our Week of Giving that is coming up soon. Elections oversees all planning for our annual election convention where our cabinet is elected. And our freshman ambassador plans events designated for freshmen to welcome them and get them excited about North Monterey County. So these are all kind of like their designated jobs. They do get a choice in like what kind of like when you're first applying, you can like try and get into one specific commission, like you can apply for a certain commission, but throughout the interview process, we kind of stick you where we think you'll like thrive best. Next slide, please. So our event planning process, so I was going to use homecoming as an example. So although we do have like our commissioners and they have their designated jobs, for big things like homecoming or like upcoming is our winter week, we all come together and try to plan this. So I'll use homecoming as an example. So we choose our theme. I want to say it's like in the summer, we have our retreat and we all come together and we think of names and we just bounce ideas off each other. And then we decide on one name that we think everybody that will like when we get back to school. And then we create committees. So there will be specific groups designated to planning one certain thing. For example, one person or one group will plan our bonfire. One group will be in charge of the pregame of the homecoming game, the parade, or the week in general. And then we have, of course, our commissioners of homecoming and formal dances that plan the dance itself. And within these committees, we plan pretty much up until the event happens. And we try to, so we'll have like a theme and then we try to like plan the event as best as we can. We buy decorations, we contact people that we need to contact, like for example, like the flow building judges or just like teachers to get involved and try to get people involved. And then in the weeks leading up to it is just execution, some things that just come up that you have to deal with the day of, and we try and see how it goes. So next slide. So our impact, well, our biggest effort is to make everyone feel included and to like being at school. And we're seeing a lot of synergy actually this year. For example, like some of our things we try to do are national days. So every week, somebody in ASB will hold an event and it'll be like a national day. Like previously, I think this week we had National Candy Day and we gave out candy, just something to have something to look forward to every week. And yeah, we just try to, for example, our homecoming this year, we made our bonfire available like for free, like free admission. And then our homecoming dance tickets were at a like very discounted price. And for the bonfire, we have 400 students attend, which I want to say is about more than 100 than last year. And our dance, although I don't have the specific number, was about 100 more than last year. So that's definitely something that we're trying to implement going forward. The discounted prices was because of our principal. He heard in different districts that in different districts, the high schools asked the district for an allotted amount of money. So he heard this and offered some of his budget to ASB. So we did that for our homecoming week, our winter week. We're still asking kids about like what they want to see, but if we do have an event, it'll probably be free. It just like opens up a lot of opportunities for us to expand and help our kids or our students feel more welcome on campus. Yeah. Thank you.
Outstanding.
Yeah, great.
We should getting those numbers up and providing opportunities for someone who might not have had the chance to participate.
Yeah.
Trustee Diaz.
Yeah, I just wanted to say happy Veterans Day on Tuesday to all the veterans around the world in our community and in our district, and express my gratitude, appreciation, and respect for all our veterans in our community, and show honor the service and sacrifice the many veterans who safeguarded our country, and acknowledge the veteran organizations who serve those who serve us. And yeah, we just missed the flag football CCS playoffs. We only had one, they only gave us only one team, one school per our league, and like another league had 6 and another league had 3 automatics. But my daughter, who's a freshman, got prep of the week in Monterey Herald, and it was for a game against Pacific Collegiate where she was just super dialed in. She had 6 interceptions against a really tough team who had that same record as us, and scored all the offensive points as well, the 13 points, 2 touchdowns, and a extra point. Really proud of her and all the girls. It wouldn't happen without the line and the linebackers helping her as a defensive back, and the quarterback and everyone else helping with her, receiving. And I was going to mention that I seen some progress on the vending machines, that there's some cool snacks in there. First, yesterday I saw 2, but today I saw 5 different kinds, beef jerky, some granola bars type of things. And but I definitely want to would like to see I think Dr. Turkey said maybe ASB was going to take over when the student input would be great, to put some other drinks besides water and maybe a few more food items for our student athletes that are, especially in basketball season here. They're here from 7:30 in the morning, some of them till 7:30 at night. And they need some fuel for their bodies. And carbs are critical. Even sometimes people say carbs are bad, but they're definitely needed for student athletes. And that's it.
Trustee Ruiz?
No updates.
For mine, I just want to keep it shorter. Just want to do a couple shout outs. I'd really like for us to recognize our family and community empowerment specialist, Guadalupe Hernandez Sanchez. She led a week long at Elkhorn teaching students about Dia de los Muertos and working on activities. And then at Elkhorn did on Friday on Halloween did the altar ceremony. She did invite the entire board. I want to apologize because it was just schedules were really hard. It was hard for any of us to attend. But from what I hear, it was a wonderful experience. I look forward to attending next year, but really want to thank our faces and them taking on the community schools role and pushing further with it. On a side thing outside of school, really want to throw shout out to the Prunedale Grange Hall or Prunedale Grange 388. They conducted a first year trunk or treat. I think it's easy sometimes to forget that we have more than one community in this district, and Prunedale is another community that I don't feel is very well represented. They're not, the residency there is not as congested as some other areas, so having a trunk or treat area like that, I got to meet with a lot of parents that I've met here at the school that were at the trunk or treat. I was surprised to see how a large number of our students' families there. So it was a very wonderful opportunity to talk to them and then kind of have a discourse between them where they were asking me like they were hoping that the school district can step up and provide more opportunities in Prunedale, especially at the Prunedale Grange Hall, which is a large building. I guess they used it before in the past, right, for the Moss Landing fire that you attended. And special shout out to the 3 judges for their Halloween costume. That was tough. To Kathleen Nichols, Mr. Riley Hathaway, and Mr. Luke Meserly. So it was just fun to see our families get together that are from our community or from our school district on a non-school district activities to show that we really are a community. We attend more than just school districts matters. They attend everything together, and it was just it was fun to watch. We'll move on now to superintendent's reports.
Hey, thank you. So yes, as it was Halloween recently, and oh my goodness, the schools really bring it for Halloween, right? So yeah, you can see Hulk Hogan, and I forget who the other wrestler is. John Cena, there you go. We had the bees, we had cows, we had 2 school worths of Shreks. We had aliens, we had Dalmatians. I was there as myself. That's Dr. Turkey right there. Yeah, it was fun. And I don't know if there's anyone from at Monterey County Office of Education, they really actually pride themselves on their Halloween, right? I think we'll give them a good run for their money. So if there's anyone from MCOE like watching, it's like, I think we're bringing it. We're bringing it. So that was a blast. That was really fun. So last week we had our tier 1 network for our secondary schools. So the middle school, the high school, and educational options, where we have our school leaders and our teachers and our teams come together to learn about the research, essentially the supports which we're providing to our students. And this is how we improve. We improve by working together. We improve by learning together about how to get better. And that's what we're doing during these meetings. It was a pretty successful meeting, actually very successful meeting. So there you see Miss McCulloch and Katie under Antonio's leadership doing a great job with that tier 1 network. And next slide, please. So Staff and Wellness Resource Fair, I think this was, was this Monday? It was Monday. Okay, so yeah, lots of resources there for folks and a good evening by the sound of it. Next slide, please. The Recuerda Me event over at the high school we've heard about. It sounds like it was fantastic. Yeah, really touching. Lots of things which were there. So a really great event. Next slide, please. Our next dinner with the superintendent is again on math. And this one is going to be specifically around the math curriculum adoption and input on the rubric for instructional materials. So when we look and evaluate instructional materials, we use a rubric to evaluate them. And this is the opportunity for folks in the community to come and give us their input on that rubric and the things which we should be looking for when we're looking at instructional materials for mathematics. So yeah, come join us. I will also be doing a brief math lesson, which will also be very fun. So yeah, come and enjoy. Next slide, please. Okay, so Community Resource Festival coming up on November the 16th. That's going to be, is it Sunday, the 11th, the 16th?
Wednesday's the 12th, 14. Yeah, I think it's Sunday.
Okay. We do a quick look. Yes, it is Sunday. Thank you. Okay, so resource fair coming up on the Sunday, the 16th from 1 to 4. And next slide, please. Okay, so our shout out this week is a team spotlight, and it's for our school psychologists. So November is school psychologist recognition week. And here a shout out to Alyssa Bravo, Teresa Bailon, Kara Blasing, Kate Walcott, Jacqueline Limas, Liliana Perez Ordaz, Jenilyn Santiago, Jahaira Hipschman, and Kelly Bishop. Okay, so thank you to all of our school psychologists. They do an awesome job. They're spread thin, but they're doing the best which they can, meeting with students, being on IEP teams, doing threat assessments, doing all sorts of things for our kids. So to our school psychologists, thank you. And that's it for the superintendent report.
Move to item O and P for our union association reports. We'll start with item O, CSEA, Chapter 6 representative report. Do you have any CSEA Chapter 6 representatives? Seeing as there are none, we'll move to item P, North Monterey County Federation of Teachers representative report. Do we have any teacher representatives here for the union? Seeing as there's none, we'll move to do we? For Q or?
Yeah.
Yes, we pulled one, tabled the other, so it's gonna be consent item 2. So now we'll open up item Q, discussion, action, and or informational items. We'll use our standard format. We will start with the pooled consent item number 2, declaration of the need.
Board, Dr. Turkey and community, thank you for pulling this item off of consent. It actually is a requirement to be in the discussion action item, as it is a routine item for the board to approve. This item, if it looks familiar, it did come to the board already at the beginning of the school year. This is one of our requirements that we bring a declaration need for fully credentialed teachers. And occasionally we will find very qualified teachers that do not hold the correct permit, and we'll have to issue PIPs and STIPs, which are provisional internship permits and short-term permits for teachers. And we did do that at the beginning of the year and followed all the right things to do. And then a few weeks later, we opened up another class and had to hire another teacher. So this is adding one more PIP into this program, and that was for a TK class that we opened up. And so in front of you tonight is just for your approval so we can be in compliance with our state requirements.
Great, so we will now go to board clarification and comments to trustee.
None.
Trustee Diaz?
None.
And Trustee Ruiz said none. Can you just slow down for me? Notes. Do we have any public, would now open a public comment on this action item? Seeing there's none, do we have any online? We will now move this back to the board. So, well, I'm sorry. Now that we're done per Rosenberg's, I'll entertain a motion. Do we have a motion to discuss if we want to adopt this resolution?
Move to adopt.
Second.
So now that we did that, we moved. Like I said, on the new Rosenberg's, we moved to discuss it. We second to discuss it. Now it goes back to the trustees. Anything you want to make a comment on this action item, student trustee?
No.
Then it would move to the trustees if we want to go for debate. Seeing the debate is now closed, we will now go to a vote. Student trustee?
Aye.
Trustee Diaz?
Aye.
Trustee Ruiz?
Yes.
Trustee DeMarco? Aye. Item passes.
Thank you.
We will now move on to the next item of resolution number 2025-2608, Taylor Fresh Foods donation.
Okay, good evening. Good to see everyone. Good evening, board, Dr. Turkey and community. I'm Antonio Garcia, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. We're asking for the board to consider resolution 2025-2608, which authorizes the district to accept a generous donation from Taylor Fresh Foods. Taylor Fresh Foods has offered to contribute $250 for every third grade student who achieves grade level reading proficiency on the ELA assessment for this year. Their goal is to motivate and celebrate student success through what they call the Golden Ticket Reading Incentive Program. This partnership directly supports LCAP goal number 5, focusing on foundational literacy and to ensure all students are reading fluently by the end of the third grade. In order to launch this incentive, we will hold assemblies for students in grades 1 through 3 at each elementary school in order to motivate them to work hard at reading. The resolution outlines the conditions of the donation. The funds will be placed in a separate account and used exclusively for this purpose. The superintendent or designee will oversee the program to ensure record keeping, transparency, the proper distribution of the awards to the qualifying students. We're deeply grateful to Taylor Fresh Foods for their ongoing partnership and their commitment to the success of our students and community. Staff recommends that the board adopt resolution 2025-2608, accepting this donation and authorizing the implementation of the Golden Ticket Reading Incentive Program. Thank you.
We will now move on to clarifying questions. Student trustee?
No.
Trustee Diaz?
No.
Trustee Ruiz?
None.
I have none, so we'll now open it up for public comment. Seeing that there's nobody in attendance for public comment, we'll now move to online. Seeing that there's nothing online, we will close public comment, and now we will go for, do we have a motion to discuss the adoption of resolution number 2025-2608?
Motion.
To discuss, perfect. Do we have a second?
To discuss? Or to
No,
to approve?
Anyway, you motion, everything's for discussion. Then we open it up for the second round. Like that would be like if you had further questions. Remember we said if we have questions again, we could bring it back to staff.
I don't remember us motioning to have a discussion,
He just did.
but I don't remember that as a standard practice where we motion to discussion.
Yes, it's in the handout that was provided when we approved Rosenberg's rules of order.
Still not ringing a bell, but I'll second it so we can
Okay,
do
that
this.
being said, motion passes to discuss. Do you have any questions to ask? Any discussion, any comments, trustee Diaz?
No.
Any comments, discussion?
I think this is phenomenal. It's wonderful to give this incentive to our students. So thank you, Taylor Farms Fresh Food.
Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for bringing us to the board. It's a wonderful time for donation. So we will, now that the debate is closed, we will move to a vote. Student trustee?
Aye.
Trustee Diaz?
Aye.
Trustee Ruiz?
Aye.
And trustee DeMarco? Aye. So motion passes 3-0.
Thank you, board.
Thank you. We will now move to item R, board request for information or possible agenda items. Student trustee? Trustee Diaz?
No.
Trustee Ruiz?
None.
Trustee Marco, none. We are now moving to item S, adjournment. We will now close board session at 9:26 PM.